back to episode 80 of Warriors Den podcast. This episode is a blog post series where I'm going to be discussing ego and linking it as much as I can to the three blog posts: martial arts and ego, my martial arts is better than your martial arts; martial arts and ego, Cobra Kai; martial arts and ego, the student, the instructor, and the journey. So I am going to put some references, or a lot of references. I'm going to reading some material. Again, I fully omit because I can let my ego go. I don't like researching. I find it tedious and boring. That's why when I can, I get other people to do it. I like to put the argument together and do that things. There is nothing wrong in admitting you're not good at something or you don't like doing it. In fact, it's more efficient to get other people who are better at it to do it. Of course, compensate them appropriately, I'm hoping, when my online content takes off to the point where I don't need to do other stuff. I can get a good researcher on my side to do it for me, right? But there's that. So, first of all, this podcast is brought to you by Urban Tactics Krav Maga, turning lambs into lions since 2013. So, of course, you can support us by going to utkmblog.com/support us, or click on the support us, and you can donate to us one time, monthly, yearly. It's totally on your call. And if you want something for other than my awesome content, of course, for your money, you can go to utkmu.com and start learning our curriculum if you're not in the Metro Vancouver area. It seems like, as I am recording this on May 25th, 2021, that the restrictions are about to go away with regards to COVID, so you'll be able to come train with us fully in person. You can do that by going to urbantacticskm.com. I can do private lessons at this time without a problem. I should be able to take new students soon for classes, and by the time you listen to this, I hope that is a possibility. And I'm going to add later on about that. And of course, there is some Amazon affiliate links also on the support us page, but I'm not sure if they're going to be there very long. I may just have a recommendations page and leave it up, but we'll see what happens. I prefer the money to come to us directly anyways, so you can support us like that. Of course, follow Urban Tactics Krav Maga on Instagram is Urban Tactics Krav Maga. Twitter, which I don't really support, but we're there, urbantacticskm.com, and of course Facebook, urbantacticskravmaga.com. I would also like to point out that if you're in the martial arts business, if you are in security, policing, or military and would like to submit a blog post to us, 500 words minimum, that you can in fact do that. You can email us at info@urbantacticscanada.com, and you can contribute. If we end up publishing minimum 500 words, published submissions will be rewarded with 3 months free access to UTKMU, but not all submissions will be accepted. Please, please, please have some structure to it. We're looking for stuff that is about your experiences with violence, de-escalations, what you've learned, how you handled what you used in your training versus real life. This can be civilians, security, law enforcement, military, as I'd really like to get that series of how self-defense training helped you, whether it be Krav Maga or otherwise. And I can talk about that. I might go on a little bit of rant about that as well, because I'm getting annoyed about stuff. And yeah, I think that's good for now. Just an add-on to the intro. As is with many of my blog post entries into the podcast, I often change how I'm going to say it based on what I'm reading. This is a very dense podcast. I'm reading a lot of academic papers. It's even hard for me to read. So if you need to go back and listen again, don't let your ego get in the way. Don't let your id, your animalistic instinct response to it, get in the way. If you don't understand and you want to understand, it'll take some time. If it's dense, that is fine. A criticism I have of academics is the reason why average people aren't interested in what they're saying is because their actual papers are impossible to read, as you see in this or listen in this one. They don't want to talk to normal people. They want to talk academic lingo or higher level language. And then that leaves the media to misinterpret and bastardize what they're saying. And it's hard for people to connect the dots. Now, I am approaching, I go after both the left and right, and going after ego, individual ideas about ego, your self-worth, your self-sense, who you are, your identity, what is ego, cultural aspects, how it affects ego, your worldview, and also how you can help fix to have a healthier ego. It's ended up being less about martial arts and more about a sort of a psychological approach, therapeutic idea about what these concepts mean, so that perhaps you can again learn to walk in peace. I will try to put some time stamps of when each sort of thing is. I'll see how much time I have to do that in the notes, because I'm going to put all of the things I read from in the episode notes on UTKMblog.com. So if you're busy, it'll be hard to follow this one. So this is one to maybe when you're really paying attention. But if you're interested in ego and id and the Freudian view and what these concepts are, this is a good podcast, because you need a healthy ego to interpret the world around you, interact with others, and be happy, healthy, and walk in peace.
You're listening to The Warrior's Day. Brought to you by Urban Tactics Krav Maga, turning lambs into lions.
Okay, so I'm going to go through some stuff. Now, if you don't remember, again, not technically, definitionally an expert, I do have a background in psychology. Like many people, I wanted to figure out myself and figure out people, because as a young idealistic individual, though I was quite pessimistic, more so then than now, I wanted to figure out if my ideas about humanity and myself were true. So I went to university at a later age, of course, which is part of the problem. Don't go to university into the arts at a later age. At this time, you, especially if you are not a leftist, let's put it that way. But anyways, I ended up with 90 credits, mostly in psychology, because the program at KPU where I went focuses heavily on the psychological aspect. I got 90 credits, realized the environment is not a place I want to be. I'm tired of fighting with leftist professors and idealistic young people who know nothing. And I went back a few years later and got my associate's degree. I could have probably finished with another year of study, but I didn't plan on working in the field, so I didn't want to waste my money, because the internet, we can learn things, which is where I did quick searches to get my resources today. Now, I just putting it out there, I don't use Google that much anymore as a search engine, because they censor stuff and feed it based on your likes, needs, and what they don't want you to see. It's fact. So if you're trying to find something on the internet and you can't find it, I recommend DuckDuckGo nowadays. Funny name, I know, but you can do it to find unfettered information, as it literally just shows you what's out there, rather than trying to play politics with the information. I think the assumption by some is that you don't know how to feed through the information properly, and while I fully will agree that many of you do not, don't get offended, that's just your ego. I'm sorry, you don't. I think you should learn to do it. And DuckDuckGo will help you find more information so you don't get skewed search results. So ego, it's an interesting thing. If you took psychology at any point, you would have heard ad nauseum Sigmund Freud. Now, he is a pioneer of modern psychology, psychoanalyst. Now, a lot of the stuff he proposed is not very viable in modern day psychiatric help. However, the concepts and ideas he pushed are very good. I did get tired of talking about him by third year, hearing the exact same thing over and over again with no expansion. But anyways, so I'm going to read a first, before I go into the posts themselves, I want to, from multiple sources, I'm going to talk about what is the ego, so you can get a better idea about what it is. Let's set up some definitions here. Something I learned actually from the internet, listening to Eric Weinstein. Very much, if you're having a conversation or you're talking to someone, even though you may be using the same words, you need to define them and make sure you're actually talking about it. Guess what? Because if you're using the same words and you're misunderstanding each other and you're just getting upset and then your ego's kicking in, this person is not understanding me. Have you really defined what it is you're talking about, even if you think you know what the words are? So let's talk about a few definitions of ego and the surrounding ideas around it first. Of course, I'll post all the links in the actual post. So this is from Wikipedia. Id, ego, and superego. The id, ego, and superego are a set of three concepts in psychoanalytic theory describing distinct interacting agents in the psychic apparatus, defined by Sigmund Freud, structural model of the psyche. The three agents are theoretical constructs that describe the activities and interactions of mental life of a person. In the ego psychology model of the psyche, the id is the set of uncoordinated instinctual desires. The superego plays the critical and moralizing role, and the ego is the organizing, realistic agent that mediates between the instinctual desire of the id and the critical superego. So essentially you could say it's like your animal versus your moralistic human, and then the ego is the thing that's sort of trying to keep everything together, and it is often presented to others as your personality. That's me adding that in there a little bit. So let's continue with the article. The functional importance of the ego is manifested in the fact that normally control over the approaches to motility devolves upon it. Thus, in its relation to the id, the ego is like a man on horseback who has to hold in check the superior strength of the horse, with the difference that the rider tries to do so with his own strength while the ego uses borrowed forces. The analogy may be carried a little further. Often a rider, if he is not to be parted from his horse, is obliged to guide the horse where he wants to go. So the same way, the ego is the habit of transforming the id's will into action as if it were its own. The existence of the superego is observable in how people can view themselves as guilty and bad, shameful and weak, and feel compelled to do certain things. The ego and the id, 1923, Freud presents quote, the general characteristics of harshness and cruelty exhibited by the ego ideal, its dictatorial thou shalt. Thus, in the psychology of the ego, Freud hypothesized different levels of ego ideal and superego development and greater ideals. I think they forgot to end that quote, whatever. Anyways, and continuing on, nor must it be forgotten that a child has different estimate of his parents at different periods of his lives. At that time, which the Oedipus complex, me adding in here is, don't worry too much about what that is, gives a place a superego, they are something quite magnificent, but later they lose much of this. Identifications then come in about these later parents as well, and indeed, they regularly make important contributions to the formation of the character. But in the case, they only affect the ego. They no longer influence the superego, which has been determined by the earliest parental stages. Anyways, it goes on to his child development stuff, which is, you can be into or not really into. So it's just a loose Wikipedia definition, if that makes sense. So basically, his idea was that you had your primal things, which we could say are biochemistry, biological things, the id. At that time, they didn't really understand biochemistry, so it was a lot of theoretical ideas to rationalize it. Then we had the superego, which would say our higher mind, our voice in our head, rationalizing based on our moral ideologies, the social constructs, etc. And then again, it combines to what we identify as the self, the ego, I am, the person that I present to the world. Because, let's be honest, sometimes what you're thinking in your head, you don't present outwards either because of social reasons. Okay, so that's the Wikipedia thing. So then I'm going to read a little bit from the journal psyche.org, the Freudian theory of personality. So let's read here. Sigmund Freud is considered to be the father of psychiatry. Among his many accomplishments is arguably the most far-reaching personal schema in psychology, the Freudian theory of personality. It has been a focus of many additions, modifications, various interpretations given to its core points. Despite many reincarnations, Freud's theory is criticized by many for its perceived sexism. Let's be honest, Freud was a little bit of a weirdo. So, both in his sexual beliefs and, I believe he did cocaine, I'm not sure. Fact checkers, go! Anyways, and it remains the focus of hot discussion on its relevance today. Although I would like to say the perceived sexism, you have to do context with the historical times. If you cannot do that, then you're failing to look at for objective truth. Anyways, continuing. Etymology, the meaning of it kind of thing. Freud was a one-of-a-kind thinker. There can be little question that he was influenced by earlier thinking regarding the human mind, especially the idea of being actively within the mind at a conscious and unconscious level. Yet his approach to these topics was largely conceptual. His theoretical thoughts were as original as they were unique. It is a testament to Freud's mind to know that whether you agree or disagree or are ambivalent about his theory, it remains as theoretical cornerstone in the field of expertise. Definition. Human personality. The adult personality emerges as a composite of early childhood experiences based on how these experiences are consciously and unconsciously processed within the human development stages. How these experiences shape the personality. Not everyone completes these stages. The development stages. When they don't, results can be mental conditions requiring psychoanalysis to achieve proper functioning. So he goes through his stages of development, which I'm not going to talk about because they're not really relevant to this discussion. And then it goes into superego. Each stage is processed through Freud's concept of the human mind as the three-tiered system consisting of the superego, the ego, the id. The superego functions at a conscious level. It serves as a type of screening center for what's going on. It is at the level that society parental guidance is weighed against personal pleasures and gain directed by one's id. Obviously, this puts in motion situations ripe for conflict. Ego. Much like a judge in a trial, one experiences are processed through the superego and the id and fall into the ego to mediate satisfactory outcomes. Originally, Freud used the word ego to mean a sense of self-control, sense of self, but later revised it to mean a set of psychic functions such as judgments, tolerances, reality, testing, control, planning, defense, systematic. And again, this is me adding, you could say this is actually your personality in realisticness because, it's combining the two to be your sort of algorithms that you follow on a day-to-day basis based on your experiences and your biological functioning. I would still say it in many ways it is your conscious sense of self. Again, I don't agree with a lot of what Freud said, or his conclusions at least. Okay, back to this article. Id, the egocentric center of the human universe. Freud believed that within this one level, the id is constantly fighting to have its way or everything I undertake. So, what that means essentially is that is your primal animalistic survival response. I want food, I take food. I want sex, I take sex. And you can say, I'll get into culture a little later, that cultures that are less developed tend to operate a lot more on this, even in their societal rules. Not always, but a lot of them do. Critique, right? So what is this? Live us, in the words of Jim Morrison, in the song he wrote, The Doors, I want the world and I want it now, seems to be on the tip of many persons' lips. It could have been entitled Ode to the Id. I can do my own critique, thank you. So I'll skip that part if you want to. But there's another sort of idea of what ego, id, etc. is, with the main one being ego that we're talking about today. So let's take a look at another one. Again, I'm going through this to define what ego is so you have a better understanding. I'm sure you've heard the word ego and never really had to explain, or you have, and it's very limited. So again, always come from multiple sources. Now, I just want to talk about ego for a second. If you listen to me regularly, you will know I stutter sometimes. I mispronounce words. I screw things up. I don't care. I keep going. Now, if you went back to me as even a teenager, I refused to be up and do things. I didn't like to talk in public because I was scared, like everyone, to make mistakes and look bad. I was already a social pariah for many reasons. So I didn't want to go through that more. You know, I had a stutter growing up. Somehow I managed to not care too much about it. Tongue thrust, I believe. Not a stutter, tongue thrust. I don't really care. Eventually, I just stopped caring, and it comes out. Often people say it's like you're so unnecessarily, unreasonably confident. It's because I'll never talk to anybody. I'll never do anything if I obsess about that bullshit. Just do it, right? You'll get better through time. My writing has gotten better. My verbal skills have gotten better through just constant iterations. And I wasn't worried about looking bad. A lot of people think I'm an ass. Whatever. I have to accept that as part of my reality, or I'm going to drive myself crazy. Right? So get over yourself sometimes. Realize not everyone's going to like you. You're going to make mistakes. Figure it out. Get the iterations in and move forward. So let's take a look at an article from Psychology Today called "What is the Ego and Why Is It So Involved in My Life?" The concept of ego is among the most confusing in psychology. Just to add on there, Psychology Today, it has started playing politics these days, though I don't think it will play into this. It is not specifically an academic literature, just because of the name. It's a magazine focused around psychology. So let's put that out there. So let's read. Oh, and I should say, this was written by Mark Leary, PhD, towards a less egoic world. Let's say that. Okay. The term ego is as confusing as any psychology. Not only is the word itself used to refer to several distinct psychological constructs and processes, but the psychological landscape is littered with concepts that include ego in one way or another. Egotism, ego defense, egocentrism, superego, ego involved, and so on. But what does ego actually mean? What are we talking about when we refer to ego? And what is the difference among all of them in terms of the term ego is embedded? Put it simply, the English word ego is the Latin word for I. Literally translated, ego means I. If you were writing I love you in Latin, you'd say ego emo te. I did not pronounce that properly, probably. The use of ego crept into psychology mostly through the work of Sigmund Freud. In Freud's theory, the ego is part of the personality that attributes between the animalistic desires of the id and the moral and social standards of the superego. But interestingly, the word ego does not appear anywhere in Freud's extensive writings. He never used it. Rather, ego was translation of what Freud, writing in German, called das Ich, literally the I. In essence, Freud was referring to the conscious decision-making part of you that you regard as I, or me adding here is your sense of self, which he denied as, but here we are. Anyways, continuing, as when you say, I dislike my mother, or I decide to change jobs, or I dreamt that my house was on fire last night, that is your I, your ego. So most terms that include ego involve processes or reaction in which I, me, or mine figure prominently. Consider egoism, the motive to act in one's self-interest. Someone who is behaving egotistically is simply pursuing his or her own goals, as we all do. A motive is egoistic when it is focused on what I want. Or consider egocentrism. Egocentrism has also been used in a number of ways over the years, but it comes down to perceiving the world and interpreting events from your personal vantage point. We are all inherently egocentric in that we can never break free. From either our physical vantage point, I can perceive the world only from my physical location in space, or our personal psychological perspective that is influenced by our experiences, goals, beliefs, identities, preferences, and biases. Adding in here, this is me, John. If you believe what Sam Harris says, there is no such thing as free will. You are simply a construct of those processes. I don't necessarily agree with him on that fact, but it is a perspective. Continuing with the article, people differ in the degree to which they can step outside their own perspective to see things from others' viewpoints. but we're all locked into our own egocentric viewpoint because there's no way for us to process information except from our personal frame of reference. Adding in here, that is until Elon Musk does his Neuralink, which I am slightly terrified of, but we'll find out. Continuing, egotism is another common ego word in psychology. Egotism involves evaluating oneself more favorably than is objectively warranted. Just as we are all egoistic and egocentric, we also tend to be egotistical as well. Thousands of studies have shown that people are biased to view themselves too positively. Me adding in again, well, I know people think I was an ass, so I don't know whether that's positive or not. I don't really care. Not to say I don't want to be a better person, just accept reality sometimes. Continuing, perhaps the broadest ego-based term, egoic, is also the least common, although it is the coming into vogue. Egoic simply means pertaining to ego, or pertaining to I. Egoic thoughts, motives, emotions, and behaviors are reactions in which I, me, and mine take care of center stage. An egoic reaction is one in which I am centrally involved. Much of the time, people's thoughts, motives, emotions, and behaviors are infused with themselves, with their I. They thinking consciously about what they want, what they are doing, who they are, what are other people think about themselves, and how things are going for them. In these situations, people are being egoic. They are highly self-absorbed, and their reactions are all about them. At other times, people's thoughts, motives, emotions, and behaviors don't involve much ego, not much I. When you're engrossed in a good book, working on an engaging task, I have a comfortable conversation, or are in flow experience, your I has receded to the background. You are responding automatically without much conscious self-related thought, and you are not currently concerned about who you are, what you want, or the implications of events of your personal interest of well-being. In these kinds of situations, your responses are not dominated by I or about thoughts or me or mine. We say that you're being low on the egocentric or hypothetical. Note that egoic has nothing to do with being egotistical. Egotistical people may certainly be egoic, but highly self-critical people may be egoic as well. People who view themselves very negatively, as highly depressed people often do, are often highly focused on themselves and thus quite egoic. Fun, interesting. These terms, egoism, egocentric, egotism, egoism, and their adjectivable forms, my English grammar sucks, egotistical, egocentric, egotistical, and egoic are easily to confuse, but they refer to different, though sometimes related, things, ways in which our ego or focus on I can influence our emotions and behaviors. Did that clarify anything a little bit? I'm going to keep reading. There's more stuff, but let's first, I want to tell a story about that. It's actually interesting in communication. So if people feel attacked, they feel their sense of self, their ego is attacked, and they feel, even though they're not physically threatened, their biological processes will kick in and think they are. I actually talked about this in the series that's being published right now, but there'll be a blog post later on to do with the brain, the color awareness color code, and your body doesn't always know the difference between physical threat, as in I'm gonna die, and emotional threat, because your nervous system is activating the similar parts. But I won't get into that in detail on this one because I'll be here forever. So often, when I was growing up, this personal story, I was told, hey, you're very egotistical, right? Now, I will fully admit I have no concept. I had no good mentors to mentor me in social things. I may be on the spectrum. I've discussed this. Don't really know. I'm highly functional, so it doesn't really matter. And someone once said, hey, don't attack people. Don't talk about them because it's very negative connotation. Use the word I. Now, I said, okay, if I talk about myself in relation, and say I instead, and use I words as I was told, people should feel less attacked. Consequently, people just thought I had a bigger ego, which is the opposite of what I was trying to get. And it's hilarious how crazy the ego is. And then you hear all these books like How to Win Friends. Oh, talk about them. And it's like, wow, this is complicated. If you talk about yourself too much, even though you're trying not to offend people, you're considered with an ego. You're talking about yourself too much, you're self-absorbed. But if you talk about them too much in a way that offends their ego, it offends them, and you're just an ass and selfish. See how complicated the ego is? If you are a really good orator and make people feel good about themselves, even if you don't think much about themselves, you've stroked their ego and they feel good and they want to listen to you. Here's the problem with that. They're not a better person for that. Stroking people's ego is not something I like doing. I despise it. I think it makes us all more selfish because people don't have reality checks, right? Of course, if people don't like you, you don't need to be around them. It's really quite simple. You shouldn't take it hard. We are social creatures, and I do think maybe we're going to evolve to be more independent than our current social biology forces us to, but we'll see. The point of that story was to understand how complicated the ego is with regards to our social structures. Too much ego, and you're considered egocentric or selfish. Too little ego, and you might have no sense of self, is often the case of people without boundaries. They have trouble with boundaries. They're always trying to please other people and make other people happy. See, it's complicated, right? Again, I'm not an expert, just my own little ramblings. So let's read another one. This one is from verywellmind.com. What is the ego? Again, if you haven't had enough yet, to give different perspectives. I like that last one. It was pretty well written. So anyways, Very Well Mind. Let's find out about this one. Ego as the rational part of personality by Kendra Cherry. I should have given the date on the other ones. Whatever, I'll give the links. May 9th, 2020. So this is pretty recent. According to Sigmund Freud, the ego is part of personality that mediates the demands of the id, the superego, and reality. Ooh, this is a new one, our reality. Freud described the id as the most basic part of the personality that urges people to fulfill their most primal needs, the superego, and on the other hand, is the moralistic part of personality that forms later in childhood, as a result of upbringing and social influences. It is the ego's job to strike balance between these two often competing forces and make sure that fulfilling the needs of the id and superego conforms to the demands of reality. A closer look at the ego. The ego prevents us from acting on our basic urges created by the id, but also works to achieve balance with our moral and idealistic standards created by the superego. While the ego operates in both the preconscious and conscious, its strong ties to the id means that it also operates in the unconscious. Related, there's a link to what is the unconscious. Right, I won't cover this stuff on this, so please do your own research on consciousness. Again, while I have my personal issues with Sam Harris, he is a good source for that as just basic ideas, but I don't agree with his conclusions. Continuing, the ego operates based on the reality principle, which works to satisfy the id's desires in a manner that is realistic and socially appropriate. For example, if a person cuts you off in traffic, the ego prevents you from chasing down the car and physically attacking the offender and driver. The ego allows us to see that this response would be socially unacceptable, but it allows us to know that there are other more appropriate means of venting our frustration. Pause. Hey, I teach self-defense. That is related. If you let your ego not do its job and you let your animalistic instincts of id, right? Often people talk about ego as the thing that gets you driven. Your animalistic instincts, because you can't control it. You don't have a good developed super ego, and you let yourself run wild, that's what happens. Right? So you have to control yourself and try to avoid the situations. Often we'll say, don't let your ego get in your way, and that's pride, right? Which is often to do with your animalistic instincts of feeling you were hurt. Again, your nervous system doesn't know the difference sometimes. And the more conscientious you are, the more developed you are intellectually, I'm sorry to say. Well, actually, I'm not sorry. It's just the truth. Often less likely you are to be violent unless you're a psychopath, right? So the voice in your head is important. That's your ego, right? And again, recently we've discovered that not everyone has that voice. What that means as far as a variety of factors, I'm not really sure. Anyways, continuing on with this article, Freud's observations on the ego. In his 1933 book, New Introductory Lectures on Psychoanalysis, Freud compared the relationship between the id and the ego to that of the horse, right? I already gave that one, though I probably read it poorly, right? The relationship did not go always as planned. In less ideal situations, the writer may find himself simply along for the ride as he allows his horse to go in the direction the animal wants to go. In her own book, 1936 book, The Ego and Mechanisms of Defense, Anna Freud, that all of the ego's defenses against the id were carried out behind the scenes, the subconscious kind of thing. These measures against the id are known as the defense mechanisms, which are carried out silently and inevitably by the ego. While we can pause there, actually, so the ego works in both the conscious and subconscious mind. Continuing, while we cannot observe the defenses in action, yet maybe once our technologically get. And continuing, Anna Freud suggests that they could be observed in retrospect. Repression is one example. When something is repressed from our awareness, the ego is not aware that the information is missing. It only later responds. Well, after the obvious, some piece of information or memory is gone. That action and ego becomes apparent. Pause. So again, often you need a therapist or somebody else to help you remind you of some event that you don't really think about or talk about to sort of figure out why it is you do things. Now, there's newer theories and newer therapy stuff to do with cognitive behavioral therapy and even some other ones, I can't remember the names, where they're trying to decouple the memory from your actions, and they don't even care about why. It doesn't even matter to them. If they can hack the brain chemistry and hack the internal dialogue and the way your body works just to stop reacting to stuff, CBT, they retrain you consciously to think about how you're reacting and retrain how you respond to things. Right? So it might even turn out worrying about the source of the thing doesn't even matter. But again, since we're talking about psychoanalysts and Freud, it's a heavy emphasis on that. Continuing with this article, quotations about the ego. Sometimes it helps to look at the original source of these ideas to get a better perspective on the topic. So what did Freud have to say about his concept of the ego? He wrote extensively about the ego as well as its relationships to other aspects of personality. Here are just a few of his more famous quotes about the ego. On the ego's origin, quote, "It is easy to see that the ego is the part of the id in which has been modified by the direct influences of the external world," quote, end quote. Sigmund Freud, 1923, from The Ego and the Id. On ego's influence, quote, "The ego is not master in its own house," end quote. Sigmund Freud, 1917, from A Difficulty of Path of Psychoanalyst. Quote, "The ego represents what we call reason and sanity in the contrast to the id, which contains the passions," end quote. Sigmund Freud, 1923, Ego and Id. Quote, "The poor ego has a still harder time of it. It has to serve three harsh masters, and it has to do its best to reconcile the claims and demands of all three. The three tyrants are the external world, the superego, and the id," end quote. Sigmund Freud, 1932, from the New Introductory Lectures of Psychoanalysts. Quote, "Towards the outside, at any rate, the ego seems to maintain clear and sharp lines of demarcation. There is only one state, admittedly an unusual state, but not one that can be stigmatized as pathological, in which it does not do this. At the height of being in love, the boundary between ego and object threatens to melt away against all of the evidence of his senses. A man who is in love declares that I and you are one and is prepared to behave as if it were in fact," end quote. Sigmund Freud, 1929, from Civilization and Its Discontent. That's that article. It's actually kind of that last quote there. I don't think Freud really got in it. I could be mistaken, but it's kind of alluding at dissolution of ego, which I'll talk about later, and declaring that, love can create that me and you together are one. And if you've been in the biological sense of love, that can happen, and it's like a drug, and it is disruptive, because when you lose that, it is chaos. Perhaps in a manic state, one might experience that. And as someone who has, it is a surreal experience that cannot be compared to. Yet it is one that is super disruptive. Even if you are in love with that person, it doesn't mean you're going to have a good relationship. It just means that you have had a dissolution of ego and you're feeling internal. You can look at, what is her name? One second. Helen Fisher talks about the biological biochemistry of love. The first one is to do with that kind of love. Second one, love of a long-term companion or mate. And the third one is love for children. There's measurable biological markers and aspects that go on within your body, right? So all three are love. They're different types, and you do. All three, however, will create some kind of healthy dissolution of ego if you're not a total asshole. Before I read the next one on Sigmund Freud, the ego and id, I just want to bring up a quote because I kind of think it's relative. Okay, for the life of me, I'm having a hard time finding the actual quote. I believe it was from Naval Ravikant, but I think it's something like to do with what is self and the meaning of life, and in the end, you have no choice but to either find God or have children. And I think the idea beyond that is that once you've satisfied self and you have no meaning, you need to have something, purpose that is greater than yourself, something more, which could be finding God for a lot of people or having children or both. Again, I'm not a proponent for religion specifically. I do think you should have children if you feel that you are capable of it, because too many bad parents out there. Right. So the reason why a lot of educated people wait a little longer, because they want to try not to screw up their kids. Right. So that is sort of a recognition that you need to think about something greater than yourself. And I've been told that by many parents, that you start thinking about your life is not just revolve around yourself anymore. It is also about the children. So think about that. Your primal id will tell you that you need to take care of yourself and yourself only, and you're having kids to fulfill the biological drive of sex and have kids, and then you're done and move on, right? And then as societies and cultures and groups develop, they start to say, okay, now we should try to take care of them, develop them. And then as we're starting to get in some cultures and areas and countries now where there's less kids because we want to put more energy into developing them because we're thinking about something beyond ourselves. Just a tangent there. Okay, I have a feeling this is going to be a long-ass podcast because so much to say about it. I'm going to read a few more. Here's another one. Sigmund Freud's The Ego and the Id from JSTOR Daily. Right, I used to read JSTOR when I did psychology a lot. Let me just see. Okay, and again, I want to emphasize that this is complicated, has been emphasized in some of these articles, and it's hard for our rational mind, right, our ego, to really rationalize it. Are you actually a selfish person or you're not? Because people may accuse you of that, and you may not actually be, but you don't make their ego feel good, so therefore they perceive it in the wrong way. People are complicated, man. So again, Sigmund Freud's The Ego and the Id from JSTOR Daily by Elizabeth Lundbeck, Amber Jamila Musar, and Todd McGrowan, September 21st, 2019. And I'm sorry, I may skip over if it's repetitive from previous stuff. Sigmund Freud died 80 years ago this week. So now it would be 82 years ago, give or take. And his 1923 study, The Ego and the Id, which introduced many of the foundational concepts of psychoanalysts, entered the public domain earlier this year. Freud's ideas have long been absorbed by pop culture, but what role do they continue to play in the academy, in clinical profession, and everyday life? To answer these questions, this roundtable discussion, curated by Public Books and JSTOR Daily, asks scholars about the legacy of the ego-id in the 21st century. So, pause. This is sort of, again, what I was saying is that a lot of what he was saying, if you look into his works, Freud's works, it's a bit antiquated. And as we understand humanity a little bit more, you get a better sense of who we are and what of his ideas were relevant and still useful and what are not. Okay, so this one is Pity the Poor Ego, the Elizabeth Lundbeck. It would be hard to overestimate the significance of Freud's The Ego and the Id for psychoanalytic theory and practice. This landmark essay has also enjoyed a robust analytical life, giving the rest of us a useful terminology and readily apprehended model of the mind's working. The ego, id, and superego, the last two terms made their debut in The Ego and the Id, are now inescapably part of pop culture and learned discourse, political commentary, and everyday talk. Type id, ego, superego into a Google search box and you will likely be directed to sites offering to explain the terms for dummies, a measure of this term's ubiquity if not in intelligibility. pause. That's why I'm reading from multiple sources, much to your annoyance, because it's so confusing. Continuing, you might also come upon images of The Simpsons, Homer representing the id, motivated by his pleasures, characterized by unbridled desire, Marge, the ego, controlled, beholden to reality, and Lisa, the superego, the family's doer conscious, all of which need little explanation, so intuitively on the target do they seem. If you add politics to the search string, you'll find sites advocating the argument that Donald Trump's success is premised on his speaking to the collective id, our desires to be free of the punishing strictures of law and morality to grab whatever we please, a failing tantrum of a fleshly energy. End quote there. Pause. Again, the academic world did not like him, and I disagree with a lot of their stances on that topic, but I won't get into it. Continuing, Barack Obama in this scheme occupies the position of benign superego, incorruptible, cautious, and giving moralizing to the embodiment of our highest ideas and values, but in the end, not much fun. You'll also pause there. Again, he's a good orator, but if you actually look at what he does, fuck that guy. Continuing, you'll also glean from Google that Trump's ego is fragile and needy, but also immense and raging. It's the state, small or large, a dire threat to a nation's stability or security. In these examples, the ego is used in two distinct, though not wholly contradictory ways. With The Simpson, the ego appears as an agency that strives to mediate between the id and superego. When we speak of Trump's fragile ego, me adding in that what they means he's easily offended by if you criticize him, right? That part is true. Continuing, the term is being used somewhat differently to refer to entirely of the self or whole person. When we say of someone that their ego is too big, we are criticizing their being a self-presentation, not their presumably weak superego. Again, pause. How we present ourselves. Often the ego is our personality, how others see us. Continuing, the idea of the ego as agency is routinely considered more analytically rigorous, thus more Freudian, than the ego as self. Yet both interpretations of the ego are found not only in popular culture, but also perhaps surprisingly in Freud. Further, I would argue that the second of these Freudian conceptualizations, premise on feelings, is more constant with a distinctly American construal of the self than are the abstractions of ego psychology. Understanding why this is so necessitates a look at the post-Freudian history of ego in America, in particular at the attempts of some psychoanalysts to clear up ambiguities in Freud's text, attempts to luckily for us met with only mixed success. As Freud proposed in The Ego and the Id, three agencies of the mind jostles for supremacy. The ego strives for mastery over both id and superego, on ongoing and often fruitless task in the face of the id's wild passions and demands for satisfaction, on the other hand, and the superego's crushing, even authoritarian demands for submission to its dictates on the other. The work of psychoanalysts was to strengthen the ego, as Freud famously put it 10 years later, where id was their ego shall be. The Freudian ego sought to harmonize relations among the mind's agencies. It had important functions, but when it comes to their exercise of its positions in Freud's work, quote, like of a constitutional monarch, without those sanctions no law can be passed, but with whose hesitates long before imposing his veto on any measures put forward by Parliament, quote. Elsewhere in the essay, the ego vis-a-vis the id was no monarch, but a commoner. A man on a horseback who has to hold in check the superior strength of the horse, obliged to guide it where it wants to go. End quote. Adding on to that, it's actually a good analogy to politics in reality, and we need to pull back the reins on those horses, the politicians, a little bit more. Continuing, submitting to the id, the ego as rider could at least retain the illusion of sovereignty. The superego would brook no similar fantasy in the erstwhile royal, instead establishing, quote, an agency within him, quote, end quote, to monitor his desires for aggression, quote, like a garrison in a conquered city, end quote. Pity the poor ego. It could be argued that the Viennese emergé psychoanalyst, Viennese being Vienna, where he's from, Freud, who took over the American analytic establishment in the post-war years, did precisely that. They amplified this Freudian ego's power of mastery while downplaying its conflicts with the id and superego. They formulated a distinctly optimistic and melioristic school of analytic thought, ego psychology, in which the ego was ideally mature and autonomous, a smoothly operating agency of mind oriented towards adaptation with the external environment. More than a few commentators have argued that the ego psychology's celebration of compliance and de-emphasis of conflict fit perfectly with the demands of post-war corporate state, as with the prevailing stress on conformity and fitting in. Think here of William H. White's The Organization of Man, published 1956, or David Reisman's The Lonely Crowd, from 1950. Bestsellers that were read as laments for the lost age of individualism and autonomy. The ego as a self is authentically psychoanalytic, as its linguistic doubles neither a corruption of Freud's intentions nor an important from the gazy reaches of humanistic psychology. Among the professed achievements of the mid-century ego psychologists was clearing up Freud's product ambiguity around the term meaning. Ego would henceforth refer to the agency's regulatory and adaptive functions, not to the person or the self. Consider that doyen of ego psychology, Heinz Hartmann, gently chided Freud for something using the term ego. Quote, "The term ego is more than one sense, and it's not always the sense in which was best defined." End quote. Ego psychoanalysts, America's hegemony was premised on the claim of to be Freud's most loyal heirs. The ego and the id rank high among their school's foundational text. Freud's text, however, supports a conceptualization of the ego, and not only as an agency of mind, their reading, but the also experienced sense of self. In it, Freud had intriguingly referred to the ego as, first and foremost, a body ego. That was a quote, explaining that, quote, it is ultimately derived from bodily sensations, end quote. Right, you could say that, me adding in that, again, that's the id, that's from the biology. Continuing, ignored by the ego psychologist, Freud's statement was taken up in the 1920s and 30s by, among others, the Viennese analyst Paul Federn, who coined the term ego feeling to capture his contention that the ego was best construed as referring to our subject experience, ourselves, our sense, our existing person or self. He argued the ego should be conceived in terms of experience, not conceptualizing as a mental abstraction. Ego feeling, he explained, in 1928 was, quote, the sensation of constantly present of one's own person, the ego's perception of itself, end quote. Federn was a phenomenologist, implicitly critiquing Freud and his heirs for the favoring systematizing overfelt experience, while at the same time fashioning himself a follower, not an independent thinker. Marginalizing has been the price of his fealty, as he and his insight have been largely overlooked in the analytical canon. We're almost there on this one. When we talk of the American ego, we are more likely than not speaking Federnese. Federn appreciated the evanescence of moods and the complexity of our self-experiences, talk of our inner resource, and equanimity of the necessity of egoism and its compatibility with altruism. Pause. I personally don't believe in altruism if it's always driven by survival mechanisms, which I'll address a little bit later. Continuing, of commonplace fantasies of, quote, love, greatness, and ambition runs through his writings. Even the analytical sessions is likely focused more on manifestly on the goals, quote, the goals of self-preservation, of enrichment, of self-assertion and social achievement for others, of gaining friends and adherents, up to the fantasy of leadership and discipleship, end quote. Then ensuring the ego's supremacy over the id and superego. The ego and the id supports such a reading of the ego as experiencing self, the individual possessed of knowledge of her bodily and mental self, quote, self-samelessness and continuity in time, end quote. Pause. It's very interesting, the discussion of time in relation to self. That is a fascinating revelation that I'll expand on a little bit later, not too in depth though, because time is a huge connector of self, because it's relative to your position in reality and the space that you exist. Anyways, continuing. Federn's ego feeling is also compatible with 1950s vernacular invocations of the real self, as well as with the sense of identity that Erik Erikson, also an interesting psychologist, that's me adding then, defined in terms of the feeling individuals have of themselves as living, experienced persons, the authentic self that would become the holy grail for so many Americans in the 1960s and beyond. Erikson, also an ego psychologist, but banished from the mainstream of analysis for his focus on the experiential dimension of the self, would capture this same sensibility under the rubric of identity. His delineation of the term identity to refer to subject's sense of self taken up overnight with and beyond psychoanalysts arguably did more to ensure the survival of the discipline of the United States than did all of the labors of Freud's most dutiful followers. Thus, while Google may give us images, including cartoons, of precisely divvied up Freudian mind, it is holistic ego as self that is much the subject most of our everyday therapeutic, analytic, inflected talk. This ego as self is less readily represented pictorially than it is integrated counterpart, but nonetheless central to our ways of conveying our experiences of ourselves and of others. It is authentically psychoanalytic and is linguistically double, neither in corruption of Freud's intention nor an important from the gauzy reaches of the humanist psychologist. When we invoke Trump's outsized and easily bruised ego, for example, we are calling on the dimensions of the term, referring to his sense of self, at once inflated and fragile. Federn has been forgotten, but his feelings-centered analytic sensibility lives on. It may be all the more related to today when many have observed our feelings are no longer sequestered from reason and objectivity, but instead instrumentally mobilized as the coin of populist realm. So pause there. That's the end of that one on the same JSTOR article. Now, this is very long, so I'm actually not going to read the rest of the other two, but I'll read the title pieces and I'll link for you to read the rest because JSTOR is very academic. As you can tell from that, it's long, well written, but it's coming from a really academic one as opposed to the Psychology Today one, which is a little bit more mainstream vernacular. But again, you see how complex this topic is. Now, again, they're attacking Trump, but they like to use him as a pop culture reference to discuss ego because it's easily understood by many. They also don't like him, but whatever. So the other two parts of this was The Sunken Place, Race, Racism, and Freud, Amber Jamila Masur. I already don't like that title. I'll read it, but not later. And not because of the title, but because this is really long. So if you want to expand into it. And then the other one is Superego or the id, Todd McGowan. All right, so that is the JSTOR article. You can read them. I wasn't going to post this next one, but I think since that other one was so complicated, this is simplypsychology.org. It is a simple one, just as they were talking in the last one, the JSTOR one, that people like pictures to make this simple. So in the id, ego, and superego of Simply Psychology, written by Saul McLeod, updated in 2019, the id is pictured as a devil, the ego reality, the superego, the ego reality is you, and the superego morality is an angel, right? Notice that, the angel and devil on your, it's a fun way to explain it, but not entirely accurate. And then there's another photo here from this Simply Psychology of a child's drawing, right, with that same analogy there. Then they have another picture, conscious, right? They have an iceberg with the ego and superego above, because if you're highly analytical, even potentially autistic, your superego, rational consciousness will be above the water, and then your ego, your personality is above the water. And then you have preconscious, where you're sort of bordering in the ego and superego, go that just below the water surface, and then the id is definitely all below. A lot of the ego is below, and superego definitely below, right? And then it has an image of a healthy psyche. The id, the devil, okay. The ego, okay, guys, I'm in charge. Anything you want to go has to go through me. And the other side is the okay, is super ego saying is okay, right? Again, I don't want to read too much of these. A neurotic psyche, right? So a neurotic psyche, this is an image where the superego is in charge. the analytical side almost. Listen up, I'm in charge, and you are not here to enjoy yourselves. So people who need to control are often too rational, too super ego. And get ready for a double-sized portion of anxiety with a side of order of guilt. Right? If you intellectualize stuff too much, sometimes that's what happens. Ego is whimpering, and the id is saying no fun. Weird that they didn't have one for the id photo or the devil. That would just I would say, is where you're just going rampant, partying, indulging with your sex, drugs, and rock and roll, right? Analogy. You're actually starting to see nowadays a lot of people are more about themselves, and they have actually they're very much selfish when they start making demands on society without sacrifices of themselves, and I just want to party, and I just want to do this, etc. Right? Now, I didn't read the that article, but I'll link it. You can read through it. It's a pretty simple explanation. I just like the images. You can take a look. That was the Simply Psychology one, right? Okay. We are almost an hour in, almost an hour in. I haven't even talked about my martial arts and is better than your martial arts, which is the whole basis of this blog post. But again, I really wanted to define what ego is, because it's not easy to define. We think the ego is the bad part, but it's actually not necessarily the bad part. The ego is just really that personality that we see then is presented. A selfish person might not seem like they have an ego, and someone who seems selfish might seem like they have a massive ego, but they're actually not. See how confusing that can be. That is why it's generally better to look at people's actions, not their words, because you can see how they react to things and whether you like it or not. Now, what does this have to do with martial arts and ego? Well, martial arts will eventually break down your ego. You will get beaten down physically and mentally, and you will only continue martial arts if you eventually get rid of your ego in a healthy way. However, that's not always the case, as a lot of martial artists have a lot of ego because they realize what they're capable of doing, or they just naturally have a flamboyant personality that doesn't want to admit they're wrong, right? So my martial arts is better than your martial arts. The thing is, objectively, some are better than others, and some are not great for actual physical conflict. Now, if you want to look at martial arts that are not the more successful styles, as sort of just the behavioral cultural thing that you enjoy doing for a healthy lifestyle, great. But to say that all martial arts are the same or have the highest percentage, all success of learning, that's just not factually true. And if you just want to make people feel good about themselves by stroking the ego, saying, hey, your martial arts is it's just as good as any other martial arts, it's just bullshit. Okay, we need to stop. If you're going to go into, say, MMA, while some martial arts do really well and other martial arts do not, that's just a reality. You will get someone who's really good at a style of karate, but you don't see it that often at the higher levels. And someone who's really good at a taekwondo, and they get to the higher, you might see the odd person at the higher levels. But again, you don't see it that often. What do you see? Boxing, wrestling, kickboxing, Muay Thai, right? Or various jiu-jitsu. This is what you see at the high levels, consistently working. So obviously they're better. Now, where this comes into Krav Maga, again, Krav Maga is not really a martial art. And it's not exactly a fair comparison. Often I use the word martial arts. I gave up trying to never use it when discussing Krav Maga, because a lot of people still don't know what it is. So I sell self-defense system, but I like to bring in aspects of martial arts, cultural, things, not too much cultural, behavioral practices and being a better version of you, which Krav Maga doesn't really focus on into it. So on that aspect, I don't mind teaching it. Yes, I'm aware I speed up speaking on these because there's a lot of information, so I have to try to slow down. Now, I just want to read a quote from the picture we used. Absorb what is useful, discard what is not, add what is uniquely your own. Bruce Lee. He had a huge ego, though, so don't think he was the most modest person. Being as the way he presented himself to others or behind closed doors was very much he's about himself sometimes. Now, his learning process and his theories were great. He was open-minded to adapting and changing, which a lot of martial artists are not. On a tangent, right back to Krav Maga, again, It's not that Krav Maga isn't as good as wrestling, judo, jiu-jitsu, boxing, kickboxing, as a lot of people claim. It's that we don't specialize it. But if you're learning Krav Maga and you never learn boxing, kickboxing, wrestling aspects of jiu-jitsu, not all of it, a lot of it is not good for Krav Maga, but also not focusing, then it's not good Krav Maga, because these are components, because we draw from everything. But you have to remember, Krav Maga is about the principles, first principles and strategy and mentality that makes it useful, because it's ultimately about survival. When you need to bring in that id, bring in that animalistic instinct if things have gone horribly wrong. Now, through training, we hope we can develop your healthy ego so that you can control the wanting to just smash someone's face in, and actually control yourself, but not be so super ego, so rational that you choose never to fight ever. There's a lot of intellectuals who say, violence is bad. We should never be fighting anymore, guys. Well, that's silly. You're going to get yourself killed, because there are people out there who are willing to be violent, so you need to be willing to violence. So Krav Maga is a way to actually develop a healthy ego for street self-defense or practical self-defense outside of competition, outside of the ring, teaching you what you're capable of, what you're not capable of, what you can fight through, how much more you're capable of fighting through if you have to. Let that animal fly, but maintaining control of your ability so you don't just stomp that person's face in beyond what is reasonable self-defense and end up in jail. Such a complicated topic. So, I hope you weren't overwhelmed. Some of those articles I read were very intellectual, and you may have to go back and listen to them again. They're even hard for me to read. Some of them were easy reads and very well sort of summed it up. Some were simple. I just wanted to give you perspective on what ego and id and superego, all that stuff is. So here is the first one of martial arts. Ego, my martial arts, is better than your martial arts. Martial arts and ego. My martial arts is better than your martial arts. Absorb what is useful. Discard what is not. Add what is uniquely your own. Bruce Lee. This is a question as old as time. Who is the best, the fastest, the smartest, the most creative? Long ago, it was simply a question of who is the best at survival and who is the most successful in passing on the genes of the species. Eventually, humans began to organize and grow, and we needed to develop more methodical ways to navigate and understand our world. This is, of course, included determining the best way to fight. In the past, the best style was the one that kept you in power. It usually involved lethal force, applied on a regular basis to ensure that everyone knew you were the best. Fighting styles were developed and employed for all manner of reasons and often involved weapons to protect your land, fight a war, or just win the latest bar fight. For most of human history, specific, usually more precise, complicated, methodical fighting styles were limited to those in the warrior class or nobility. This, of course, would look different from society to society, but as groups clashed, either because of strategy, fighting style, or technology, one would always come on top to be the victor, implying that theirs was the best way. Enter the modern times, where power is more centralized, and, at least in theory, the people determine what is what in many places. In general, simply using violence to take what you want is less and less acceptable, and the once normal lethal nature of combat has become far less palatable. Without death, how do we establish what style is the best and why? That's a good question. In more recent times, due to the UFC and other organizations, we have learned that yes, in fact, some styles are better than others. A basic analysis of UFC champions, click on the link, in recent years shows dominance by certain styles when it comes to one-on-one fighting. Of UFC champs, according to this link, past and present, 28 started in wrestling, 17 in BJJ, 12 in boxing, 6 in kickboxing, and 4 in Muay Thai, 2 in Taekwondo, and 1 in Karate. This indicates a correlation in which grappling is dominant in one-on-one combat, followed by basic striking, that is, of course, without weapons. And to be honest, It's probably missing a few more karate and judo people. I'm not sure how accurate this particular analysis is, but it actually is pretty reasonably done. Of course, the reality is most UFC competitors must learn a variety of disciplines, from striking to grappling, if they expect to do well. George Rush St. Pierre, aka GSP, for example, was a karateke originally, but ended up being one of the best wrestlers in the cage during his career. Go figure. So really, the best style actually is a mix of the most effective styles out there, and of course, whatever works best for you. However, outside of the best fighting, each other in the cage, any one person of any one style or non-style can beat any other person. Because while there may be styles that are measurably better than others, the reality is there are many other factors that can come to play in a fight. Skill. This is obvious one for anyone who trains. The more you train, the better you will be and the bigger the gap in skill between you and your opponent. For example, while wrestling is one of the better overall styles as it allows you to dictate the position of the fight, a person who just started wrestling may not do very well against someone who has been boxing for say 10 years and has developed amazing footwork. When skills levels are relatively similar, the wrestler can take a punch, then the boxer may be in serious trouble. But imagine if the boxer's footwork is so good that they are constantly moving and striking, making it difficult for the wrestler to close the distance. So this means that if you over or underestimate your skill in any one style and you run up against someone of a different style, then you may be in big trouble. If you want to increase your skill, you will have to practice with some level of consistency. If you do not, or you are unable to overcome the mental strain of periodic skill plateaus, then your lack of training will hinder you in skill development. Size. As I have mentioned numerous times and will continue to do, size matters. You may have heard, with regards to BJJ in particular, that it allows you to beat a much bigger opponent. This is true when your skill level is high enough and theirs low enough. The skill gap will allow you to compensate for the size gap most of the time. There is, of course, a point of diminishing return, where their size is simply too big to overcome. I am sorry to say that no matter how hard you try, if they are too big, they may simply need to grab and hold and squeeze. How you get around this is in the street is by cheating physics with biology, by going batshit crazy and targeting points that are normally illegal for sports. Of course, sometimes it still doesn't matter, but when the size difference is too big, it's often the person willing to use more extreme violence that wins. To emphasize separation between skill and size, let's talk about two UFC champions. Daniel Cormier, who earned the champion title in both light heavyweight and heavyweight weight classes and is a world-class wrestler with good striking skills, versus Khabib Nurmagomedov, I can't say it still, also a wrestler, who is the most dominant lightweight at 155 ever. Cormier, when discussing Khabib's skill, said he actually has to try. What he means is that Khabib's wrestling skills are so highly developed that the larger opponent, who is used to just playing with smaller fighters in training, has to actually hit the gas pedal. But as Cormier himself is also a wrestler at a high skill level, his size comes into play. It is clear that were the two to fight, while Khabib would certainly give Cormier a hard time, it is most likely that most of the time Cormier would come out on top due to the relatively similar skills but massive size difference and strength difference on Cormier's part. So if you want to beat bigger opponents, you need a higher skill and crazier mentality. Athleticism. Unfortunately, this is probably one of the most annoying aspects of combat and comparing styles, and when our egos often get in the way of reality and truly underestimate ourselves. I have no shame in admitting that I am no athlete, and unless I train like a professional 4 to 6 hours a day, 4 to 7 days a week, which I usually don't have the time or will for, I will struggle against naturally gifted athletes. In BJJ, for example, I have trained for at least 8 years at this point, and I still run into white belts who either wrestled or engaged in other sports all their lives. And if I'm having an off day or they turn on the athletic dial, I will struggle. It's just a reality. 1,000 years ago, I probably would not have lived this long had I been me, as I wore glasses when I was young and was not very fit. Granted, I didn't have the healthiest childhood, but what wouldn't have been fixed is the glasses thing. In the past, if you were not athletic and healthy, you could never have been a Spartan. Many could have been a for-hire peasant frontline soldier who was really just there to die in order to tire out the enemy force. Again, this is just a reality. If you are not physically gifted, it is going to be much, much, much harder. If you expect to get good at fighting, you will need to train and train and train some more while living a healthy lifestyle. Unfortunately, we live in a world where people want to hide or lie about the fact that natural physical differences between people. Our individual genetics and upbringing are so wildly variable that some people will have an advantage over others when it comes to athleticism and physicality. So get over your ego and work harder if that's what you want. Otherwise, I'm sorry, but it's time to accept reality. Training styles. Okay, this is another super important factor as to why some styles are better than others. The training style. The reason grappling is currently dominant is because grapplers can put in the training time and technique repetitions in a fairly realistic fashion without risking severe head trauma. You can also go close to 100% most of the time fairly early on, at least with people who aren't spastic, on a fairly regularly basis. Getting the reps in under duress and realistic scenarios allows you to develop your skills rapidly for real-world combat. This is similar to Krav Maga, where we are not just training the techniques, but the nervous system's ability to act and react in real life at a faster rate. This is how you develop high skill and practical application. Compare this to boxing or kickboxing. In training sparring, you cannot go 100% all the time, or most people would get so messed up they cannot continue to train, let alone fight in the ring. This is because those styles focus on head strikes, and while in life or death combat head strikes are usually needed, it is not conducive to training that simulates a real fight. In boxing, this is why the focus is on hand speed, power, accuracy, footwork, and cardio. They drill these things so much that the ability to rapidly fire for a long time can compensate for the lack of practical sparring. If your training means you will always be injured, you are not, in fact, training very effectively. Take the other side of training, the methods of traditional martial arts where they employ katas instead of regular resistance training. While this trains the movement, it does not train the nervous system to fight properly. It is why, while largely unless someone from these styles may possess amazing physical ability attitudes like GSP or Stephen Wonderboy Thompson, though most people practicing these styles may struggle in a real fight, especially when the aforementioned size factor kicks in. Conclusion. Sorry to your ego, but some styles are better than others. It could be because of how they train or the fact they simply give you more options against a variety of opponents, or perhaps they are just more effective as a matter of fact. But know that any one person in any one style can beat another if things are either equal or you have a certain advantage over the other person. For example, a 15-year-old who has been doing martial arts for 10 years and holds a black belt or two is unlikely to beat a 250-pound NFL linebacker who has a significant size, strength, and athletic advantage. It's just reality. If you are training professionally and you lose, you have to put your ego aside and ask, is this really for you? If it is, then you need to train harder, train smarter, and diversify your skill set. If you are training casually or for self-defense, then understand the different styles is the best way to maximize your ability to defend yourself. But mastering one or more effective styles may be more time efficient. Of course, you could just learn Krav Maga, where we learn a little bit of everything. Not biased at all. But no matter your style, you must remember on the street there are many unforeseen factors. Size, skill, athleticism, training methodology, the environment, the element of surprise, and a willingness to do violence, and your mental state. Meaning more things can go wrong even if you have the advantage. So whether on the street or in the ring, just know some styles are better. But there are many factors to consider beyond that for your own needs. So long as you keep your ego in check and make smart decisions, barring running into a John Jones or Khabib in a fight, you will usually come out on top, even if that means you have to run away. Just be honest about your own skill, style, size, and athletic ability, for overestimating yourself and underestimating your opponents will only ever lead to a less desirable outcome. Written by Jonathan Fader. For training online, visit www.utkmu.com. If you are in Metro Vancouver area, come and learn with us in person. Sign up at www.urbantacticskm.com. Okay, so hope you enjoyed that. Now, again, it's all about ego and perception and it and this and mine is better than yours, and objectively that's not true. Now, I have been reading lately as jiu-jitsu and grappling are taking over as the predominant things for people to take over, say like taekwondo or karate. There's a reason for that. They're more practical. The competitions are, quite frankly, I think they're more entertaining. I despise katas. I don't find them useful for practical training, personally. You like them, fine. Meditative, great. Again, this stylistically, that there's a reason those going away. Also, the old school hard-hitting karate is really hard for a lot of people. So something like jiu-jitsu is something that you can do with longevity without too much problem. You can do Krav Maga too, but it's how you train it, though. How you train it. And I've just been seeing lately, like, oh, don't take Krav Maga. It's not good for self-defense. You should do this. Okay, well, from the UFC, competitive practical grappling is an amazing skill and is a must-learn, whether it be wrestling, jiu-jitsu, or even judo, because it gives you core skills of how to move other people. And if someone doesn't know how to, you're going to mop the floor. But what they're lacking is the strategy and psychology and other aspects of more complicated situations beyond the one-on-one, including weapons. So that is just sort of like what we would traditionally call the ego, saying that, I don't want to be offended, but really it's like, it's more to do with the in-group, out-group preference and a misunderstanding of what Krav Maga is supposed to be. Again, Krav Maga world is its own fault for either pushing it as a hyper-aggressive or pushing it as watered-down bullshit that doesn't work. Again, depends on the instructor. So I just want to break down that article before I move forward. And if you haven't figured out, this is going to be a long one. So I want to talk about skill. So first of all, ego, as we traditionally present it, the sense of self. I'm not good at this. I am good at this. It's the sense of self. If I, as an instructor, say you suck at this, it's an offensive thing to say to a lot of people. How dare you? You hurt their feelings. Well, you can respond, depending on how healthy your ego is, in multiple different ways. I do suck at this. How can I get better, coach or professor or whatever you want to say? You can also say it's mean, but like someone like me, I just don't have time to cuddle everyone, and that's me. If you want to develop that kind of language towards everyone, I've gotten better over the years, but I just want to be reality. How you perceive yourself will change everything. If you're insecure, and I say, hey, you need to get better at this, and you stop coming because you don't like that feeling, like, you're never going to get better at anything. So skill is something that you can develop. It's something that you can change. Now, I just want to put a pause there. I strongly recommend you listen to the podcast, the Lex Friedman podcast with John Danaher. John Danaher is a monster in producing high-level jiu-jitsu practitioners. But again, it's how he's training people. Now, he talks about skill and developing skill. Anyone can develop skill through proper repetition. Now, again, I'm going to reference that as skill development. Is your skill going up? Then your repetition is good. If your skill level is stagnant for too long, that repetition is crap, right? You have to develop your skill meaningfully so that your skill gets better. Your punches are better. You're hitting harder. You're moving faster than you used to be. Now, where you can be fair to the soft, emotional type people, did that offend your ego? That you need to put in the time and you need to develop. To be fair, some people are going to be better than other people. I can't remember what I was originally going to say, so sorry, I lost track there. My apologies. But you can develop skill through time. If you're not good at something, you can develop it over time, and you'll get better. Oh, yeah, now I remember. So obviously, it's not fair to compare yourself to other people when it comes to skill development. Develop your own skill. Some people will develop faster. Some people will develop. Now, with that being said, you should compare yourself to people in your reasonable skill set. Say you have a training partner that's getting better at around the same level. You can use them as a reference point. So to the left-leaning individuals say, never compare yourself. I don't agree with that. And to the really hardcore, everything is a competition. I don't agree with that. Again, skill. First of all, you need to sense, I need to get better a little bit every day. But you also need to compare yourself. Where is your skill at compared to other people? Even if it's just a measurement of how better you are getting compared to where you were yesterday, you still need to measure it to other people's development. Of course, if you're trying to match your skill up to the best in the world, that's going to give you a huge problem. uh, with your sense of self and your ego versus, hey, that guy that started together with me, if they're getting way better than you all of a sudden, you ask yourself, why is my skill stagnant and theirs not? What are they doing differently that I am unable to do? And if what they're doing differently is something I can match? Maybe they're just a natural athlete, which I'll talk about. Right? So skill development is the name of the goal. And that applies to anything, not just martial arts. If I want to get better at something, and 10,000 hour rule is a bit of a misnomer. It's about the iterations. So 10,000 hours on their own that is not meaningful time is not as effective as literal 10,000 hours of nonstop effective training to develop skill, right? But you do have to put in the iteration. Now, when it comes to physical stuff, size matters, right? Physics, you can't cheat physics unless you use biology. Kick them in the nuts, right? If you have high enough skill, you can compensate in self-defense or martial arts to a bigger opponent. But if you have equal skill and they're bigger, you're going to have a hard damn time. So size matters. If you're a small police officer or small security officer, whether you be male or female, and you're not damn developing your skill to the highest possible level, you're going to hurt yourself. Because all it'll take is some 250-pound linebacker to decide, I don't care if you know XYZ style. I'm going to flatten you with my physics, meaning size. Size, unfortunately, is not something you can change relatively now. Physically, as in height, weight, you can change. You know, if you want to get bigger or smaller, again, healthily, don't be putting on 200 pounds of fat. I'm sorry, that's absurd, and I don't tolerate the talk about fat shaming. No, you're unhealthy, okay? But if you want to put on 200, that would be hard. But say 50 pounds or 20 pounds of lean muscle relative to your size. So if you're a 100-pound person putting on 50 pounds of lean muscle, it's going to be tough. Versus if you're a 185-pounder who wants to go up to, say, 225 or 220, you can probably do that healthily without steroids. Just, again, whatever, do what you want. Do it healthily, though. You can do that. So, and if you want to cut weight to a smaller size for a weight class or because it gives you more output, a higher skill output, say if you're at the right optimal weight for you, you can get faster. Let's say for me, I walk around at 160, 65 pound when I'm just chilling. When I am really on point, I tend to be around 155, 150 pounds. I'm much faster at that speed, that 10, 15 pound difference, but I don't have as much energy per se. All right. So it's a balancing game. So there are ways you can healthily change your size to your needs, whether it be strength training, etc. But you can't change your general sort of size. If you're a small framed individual, again, putting 20 pounds of 30, 40 pounds of muscle will be difficult. You can do it, but it'll be difficult. If you have a larger frame, muscular, skeletal wise, you can put it on. I'm sorry, it's not okay to obese. Stop with this nonsense. Just stop. I can't wait till we get to a point where we talk about real health, not your ego health of, hey, I want you to feel good about yourself so you can be 100 pounds obese and cost everyone around you, including yourself, a lot of stuff. Whatever. So athleticism, again, sorry to say, if it's a blow to your sense of self, your ego, that you suck because you don't have the athletic capability that someone else does, fucking grow up and deal with it. I wanted to be a whole bunch of stuff with athleticism because I'm drawn to it. But guess what? I'm not an athlete. Never have been, and I never will. I know a lot of people consider me because of I can do more than them on certain things, but to be an athlete, peak athlete, I will never be that. You can sit here and say, you are what you think you are, John. Don't talk to yourself like that. It's like, no. Here's what the thing. I've pushed myself to my limits. I've trained hard, and I can relatively keep up to a degree with individuals. But I will still never be the best of the best, and I'm okay with that. Now, I can be more athletic in the way I live my life if I would like to. I've trained with athletes who basically train day in, day out. I can keep pace relatively with them for a little while. But I hit a point where my body starts to break down, and 2-3 weeks later, I need to sleep. I need to take 5 days off, right? It's just very difficult for me to keep that pace. I can do it for a bit, no problem, right? Which is fine. That's the Krav mentality. You need to learn to fight through. You have to, but it's not meant for like a year of destroying your body. And a lot of people actually do that. They destroy their body for the sake of performance results. And that's not healthy, right? A natural gifted athlete can get up and run and push and do every day of their lives without much thought. And yes, the people are right to say if you think negatively that you can't do it, you're right. Well, what's right about that is if you don't know what your boundaries are, you've never explored your body. If you've been sitting at an office your whole damn life and you don't know what you're actually capable of, then yeah, they're correct. But once you've found, hey, what is the limit that I can go through? And if I pass that, how long can I do before stuff starts breaking down, right? That's sort of what I'm talking about. Figure out where you are. Now, regardless of where you are, you should always try to be a little bit better because, hey, you should try to be healthy. Now, if your ego, your sense of self is like, I don't want to do that, that's hard. Get over yourself. Push yourself. It's good to feel adversity. Push yourself. It's good to be healthy, right? Now, if your ego is so huge that you always have to be the best, that can be a little unhealthy. Now, if you show signs that you are the best in, say, high school, and then you go to college and you're mid of the pack, well, you can try to get better because you know you have the capability athletically. So now you have to figure out how to train effectively to become better. But if after 10 years of college level, you still can't make the next level, maybe it's time to realize you can't go pro, right? And maybe it's a waste of time and resources, and you have to let go your sense of identity, yourself and self, that maybe as an athlete, at least, you can't do this. Time to coach, time to do something else. I know people who just refuse to let go of that. They're not going to make it to the big leagues. And they did make stupid life decisions because they had natural athleticism, but it wasn't good enough. And their ego, sense of self, just didn't want to let go, right? So you have to be reasonable about athleticism and where you are. Am I a super athlete? Am I the best of the best? I fully am aware. As much as I would have liked to be special forces, it probably would have killed me physically. So just saying. Now let's talk about training style as part of this. Training style. And aren't you happy I toned it down? It's not so academic now, if you made it to this point. So training style. Again, how you train affects how you perform, right? If you're training for endurance, if you're training for athletic marathons, your training is going to look different. Now, the thing is about marathon runners, they actually destroy their cardiovascular system, ironically, and usually have heart attacks in their 50, and it's to do with the biochemistry, and that they need more testosterone, actually. Through running, you lose testosterone. The way you can counter is by lifting weights. Of course, it changes your ideal body type for marathon running, which is more slender and slimmer and lighter, because the heavier you are in running, the more damage it does to your knees, right? There's always give and take. Right? If you want to be that peak athlete, again, what are you going to give up in your life socially or personally to get there? You can do it, but they often don't talk about the sacrifice. Some people do, but they don't really. If you want to be the best, you're going to have to sacrifice a shit ton, including personal relationships and other things, including sometimes even relationship with your family. Luckily, nowadays, people are starting to realize they need a bit of a balance, because when your career is over and you pissed everyone off, you're fucked. Anyways, so John Danaher was actually talking about sort of the methodology matters. Krav Maga, too. What makes a good Krav school is how they teach. Now, unfortunately, a lot of instructors really suck at this. They just mimic it, but they don't really understand. Again, it's about the nervous system. I need to train your nervous system. Here's the techniques that work most of the time in most situations for most people. But when that shit falls apart, I need to train your nervous system. Here's a comparison. I need you to be in the ego mode. I can't let your animal totally take over, because then you're not in control. And I can't let your intellectual mind totally take over, because then you're indecisive, which is unacceptable in self-defense. You need that ego through training methodology and training your nervous system how to function. That's what makes Krav Maga really well. Now combining the techniques and the strategy, and now you're more effective. Now, hey, if you add in jiu-jitsu or wrestling or boxing, you're going to be very hard to stop in most situations. And guess what? You know how to use a gun now, right? Who's going to survive the apocalypse? Tim Kennedy, UFC fighter and Green Beret, and all-around badass, or the average UFC fighter who's just a great brawler? Well, I'm going to go with Tim Kennedy, because he's got a diversified skill set. Black belt in jiu-jitsu, Green Beret, multiple tours, knows all sorts of combative skills. The great example of training for all particular applications, right? That's what a lot of jiu-jitsu guys don't understand, or boxing guys don't understand. Your training style is training for a specific outcome. You're not training for the street. You're not training for different situations. You're not training for weapons, right? And again, you need to train for your goal set. What is your goal? And sometimes they'll counter each other in ways that are counterintuitive to your overall skill set. So you have to sort of pick and choose what you want to add in, right? I promote boxing, kickboxing, wrestling, judo, jiu-jitsu with Krav Maga because they work well. You just have to make sure your style. But if you switch to a side stance in Taekwondo, it doesn't connect, or a lot of timing and Kung Fu and other stuff. It doesn't work very well with Krav Maga. So it's actually counterproductive. Right, so but you have to let go of your ego and say, I am not good at something. I need to develop more. I need to be better. That's a healthy ego. I need to move forward. My sense of self, I'm not where I want to be. I need to be better. I have really good boxing skills. A lot of people who like striking hate the ground and just don't want to because it's uncomfortable for them, right? And their ego doesn't like it, their sense of self, because now they're at the bottom again and they feel weak and the animal is like, no, I don't want to put myself in that vulnerable position to it, and I want to move forward. So you got to do it versus a lot of striking. Now you can do amazing striking training without getting hit in the face. And in fact, if you can reduce hard impact to the head, you can spar lightly, but a hard impact to the head is better for your overall progress because you don't want to be punch drunk. Real thing. What's it called? CTE, for example. So how you train is just as matter. Those guys who just want to, a lot of the athletes like to go hard all the time, and if they're not progressing, they're doing it wrong, right? And if they're just beating up other people, they're doing it wrong. John Danaher, Eddie Bravo, a lot of people in the jiu-jitsu world often talk about you need to train with different skill sets. And if you have an ego that you always want to be challenged and never want to, you don't feel progress if I'm not being pushed to my limits, well, you're going to lose out on the skill set. They encourage you, and I encourage you, train with different skilled people so that if you're training with lower skilled people, you need to be nice to them, and you can practice stuff because you can think, right? You can use your superego, your conscious mind and your intellect to think about what you're doing because you're not as feeling threatened, versus if you're just trying to survive all the time, you're always in that id, you're going to not really think about what you're doing. And you need that balance, that healthy ego, right, to develop so that you can overall be better. Now, back to the specific sort of idea of this one, my martial arts is better than yours. I'm sorry, some are not that great anymore. They may have been at one time 100 years ago, but they've been diluted to things that are not great. Bruce Lee realized you need to cross-train. You need to develop. Now, even his style, Jeet Kune Do, has sort of conduced into a very particular style now, and they're not as diverse as they once were. And you need to dispel what doesn't work. If it's changing, a good Krav Maga instructor does this too. If it doesn't work anymore, stop teaching it. There's too many Krav Maga masters who keep teaching shit that's antiquated or doesn't work just because it was, and it's a pain in the ass if you run a big organization to change the curriculum en masse and people don't want to change. I've had my instructors say, I don't want to change. You just taught me all this. I don't want to relearn it. Well, that's an unhealthy ego. It's like, hey, just because you're athletically gifted and you got the point and it was hard for you to pick up this skill doesn't mean that you shouldn't adapt and change. You should grow up, right? Confused yet? Complicated. It's easy to let your personal feelings and emotions overwhelm, especially when you've put your whole life into something, whether it be martial arts or science or a theory or an idea, just to be told it is wrong. One of the quotes I liked in that podcast between Lex Friedman and John Danaher was, sometimes what we need for scientific progress is for the old guy to die. Because what happens often is that master or that person holds all the power in that field and doesn't want to change their mind. And often we find Egyptology is a good example, where they believe certain thing about the history of Egypt, the Sphinx, and other scientists started coming along and they said, we're Egyptians, we know, we live here, you don't, you Westerners, blah, blah, blah. And it turned out after they found Göbekli Tepe, which is 12,000 years old in Turkey, shit, their narrative was wrong, and they had to quietly slink away with their tails between their legs. Same for science. You're starting to see that with COVID. All these scientists who were fucking wrong and lying or misrepresenting because they didn't want to be questioned are starting to be proven that they fucked up with lockdowns and fucked up with their stance about stuff. Is going to be metaphoric heads rolling. Again, ego. If you've been doing martial arts your whole life and then someone says this doesn't work and they show you it doesn't work, guess what? You may have wasted your life, and you're going to have to accept that. So if you reframe it, though, so, hey, I love it. I'm better for it. I'm a better person. But, yeah, it's not the best style from hand-to-hand combat anymore. That's a different way. So when you say, is my style better than your style? It depends. Remember, some people have different skill sets. Size matters. Some people are more athletic. Any one person in any skill Any martial arts style can beat any other person relative, but when all the stuff starts to align, you will see better styles than other. Right? Why is Krav Maga used by police, military, and civilians for self-defense all over the world? Because it's a more diversified skill set for more types of situations and deals with beyond just the combative skills, right? In the mentality, the aggression, the tactical, it all matters. So a lot of martial artists who may be able to kick my ass on the mat may not do so well on the street or in complicated situations because they don't have the right training. Right? They don't have the right skill. They don't have the right ideology. And when they say, hey, don't do that, these are the best skills, they may not be wrong from a pure hand-to-hand combat style, but they're wrong in an overall conclusive need for general self-defense skills, because things change when weapons get involved. And maybe a zombie apocalypse happens, or society collapses, or the economy collapses, and behaviors change and attacks change, and you don't have enough knowledge because your 10 years of mastering one style did not give you a broad enough perspective to learn to adapt to all the possible styles of attacks and things out there that could get you. Means that that one style was not good enough for self-defense, even if on a one-on-one basis you can do well. So that is my thoughts, expanding on that aspect of the article. Okay. That one was very, the intro very, very, very intellectually stimulating, or very, very, very boring for you, depending on your perspective and your ego, right? If you don't understand something, that's fine. Research it. If you don't have the time, then just say, listen, I don't want to. That's fine too. The next one, Martial Arts and Ego, Cobra Kai. Cobra Kai. Great series for entertainment purposes. I'm a little annoyed because I think the Karens are going to be pissy about it. And again, there's a lot of misinformation about martial arts. The value of martial arts, regardless of the form, again, I have a preference for styles. But again, if you take a style that makes you a better person, then great. Yeah, I'll get into that series specifically because it's fun. Why not? But I wanted to build up sort of context of culture and ego. Now, in the modern world, we don't like to talk about culture. I was, trying to think about how to talk about, quote, race and different way different groups act and are more or less violent. But then I realized that's actually not productive. But talking about culture, because, you could have one country has a same race, different belief systems and different behaviors from a cultural perspective. So culture has a huge impact, as well as some universal things like socioeconomic impact towards on how we let our egos behave, right? Some cultures keep their egos and ids really hard in check and are more super ego intellectual, and other cultures let their ids run out more, and you could say there's a developmental process. I do not believe that's just a Western thing. I think as groups of people develop, one way or another, they find their way to a more balanced, positive, healthy ego. So let's just set up culture and ego and how it relates, including some things that have been debunked, because I want to set up some ideas here. So again, Psychology Today. Again, even though it's not as, they've been putting a little too much politics in for my liking, they are academics, so they tend to lean very left. Psychology Today still tends to be quite easy to read. So this one is Ego, Mind, and Culture by Mickey Kashtan, PhD. Says acquired spontaneously. I don't know what the hell that means. If you're pushing your titles like that, it sounds like that's an ego. Look at me. Look at all that I did. I should read that poem after, now that I'm thinking. Anyways, ego, mind, and culture. How can we thrive if ego and mind are disparaged? I've been saying ego so much. So the idea for this piece came to me when I read a comment on an earlier blog post. The specific content of that post, which was about race. It is not the issue here. Rather, it was two references to ego which caught my attention and got me thinking for all of these months. Here they are as context. The only use for these false values are to enhance the ego's sense of separateness, be it through conceived superiority or inferiority, end quote. And another one, quote, one result of acting upon true values is the freedom from the ignorance to which the separate ego tenaciously clings, end quote. There's a picture of Einstein that says ego equals 1 divided by knowledge. And then quoting him, more knowledge, lesser the ego, lesser knowledge, more ego. Albert Einstein. I would just like to add in that's not always true. Because again, if we're talking about a healthy ego, I know people who have very little knowledge and not that smart, and they say, listen, I don't understand stuff. That's fine. That's why I rely on other people. That's healthy versus don't tell me I'm stupid. How dare you? Well, that's an unhealthy ego. That's the animal response, right? So it's a bit of a misnomer. I think the Einstein quote, Einstein's way smarter than me. I'm not going to pretend that he's not. That would be silly, but I'm not sure that quote really fleshes out this idea a little more. Anyways, back to the article. It was a sad surprise to me when I learned the entry of ego into the English language was in large part the results of choices made by Freud's translator. So you write German to English. James, or Austrian? Probably German. James Strachey's, quote, ego was introduced as translation of the word in German that simply means I, thereby changing the meaning and tone of what Freud wrote when, quote, one says my ego, end quote, says Mark Leffert. Quote, one can always distance oneself when one says, quote, I. No distance is possible. Footnote. There's a reference there. Anyways, when translation of Eastern texts also uses the same word, it has become the mainstay ubiquitous. Ego is now fully something to avoid, to work, to free ourselves from. It interferes with our higher sense of well-being, gets in the way of generosity, and keeps us focused on desires that are generally seen as narcissistic, such as a recondition or being seen. It took me some effort when I decided some years ago to deliberately free my language from the word ego. I did not want to use the concept so loaded with negative charge. I want my language to reflect my commitment to a different view of human nature, instead of supporting the view that inside each of us there is a core part that must be transcended or suppressed in order to become a mature, functional member of human society. Pause. So again, ego is loaded with pop culture and a lot of misinformation and misunderstanding, right? It's really about what we mean by having a healthy ego. It's a healthy sense of self where you have your healthy self-identity, but you're also aware of other people and their needs around you. Again, find God or have children to be something greater than yourselves, but you don't lose yourself in like a cult-like behavior, right? It's a healthy balance. Continuing, narcissism and selflessness. This view of ego is intimately linked to the concept of narcissism, as well as the idea that in order to be giving, we are being selfless or altruistic, somehow subtly implying that we would be going against our nature in doing so. Another time, I remember another person talking disparagingly about narcissistic needs. When I pressed on her for clarity, she named needs such as to be seen, for recognition, or to be loved. I wanted to weep when I heard her. These are precisely the kinds of needs that are core and central to our capacity to know that we matter and are part of the human fabric. To that extent, we relegate them to, quote, ego and call them narcissistic. We continue to put forth the idea that there is something wrong with wanting love. For example, perhaps we even reinforce the notion separation between self and other. Pause. So I'd like to say I find guilt a toxic feeling that often religions have capitalized on, that you shouldn't feel bad to want better for yourself. But at the same time, you need to be aware of how you're doing is affecting others. It's a balancing act, right? So often we've created ego as a negative connotation, but really healthy sense of self, your place in others, give or take. Continuing, part of why I deliberately refrain from using these words, ego, narcissism, selflessness, altruism, and selfishness, is because I am seeking to transcend the dichotomy between self and other. I want to distinguish between self-care and selfishness, and hope that every one of us can attend to our needs while offering our gifts everywhere. Pause. Not everyone has gifts that other people want, so I think that's a little woo-woo-y, wishy-washy way to say that. Continuing, similarity, I want to distinguish between holding everyone's needs with care and the notion of altruism and selflessness, so that I can remember and remind others that caring for others is not at the expense of me, that I am not separate, that we are all born and remain interdependent. And what about the mind? While mind and ego are not equivalent concepts, remember, a sense of self and your mind, right, your ability to think, consciousness, are not necessarily the same things. Continuing, Both are seen as obstacles to overcome, especially in circles committed to spiritual, emotional awareness or recovery practices. We are instructed to quiet the mind in order to achieve inner peace. For example, our mind is also seen as the seat of judgments. Going into the head is itself a judgment in those circles. Additionally, mind is viewed as the origin of fear, guilt, and more. Pause. I don't believe that's true necessarily. There is some biochemistry markers for that stuff. Guilt, again, I think is very much a superego, a very much conceptualized thing to do with social responses, right? I get a biochemistry response for not fitting in. That's where guilt comes in. And if you're too guilty, it becomes like an overly intellectualized thing that can ruin your life with anxiety. Continuing, I almost titled this piece "In Defense of Mind." Quote, precisely because I find it tragic that our capacity for thinking, for learning, for discerning, or making sense of ourselves and lives and generating ideas for teaching others, or so much else that is quintessential to the human condition. I'm adding that in. She just says human, but I'm adding it. The human condition, continuing, is maligned to such a degree. I am concerned about the anti-intellectual ethos I see in some circles. Pause. That is very correct. Now, again, I'm assuming this person's an academic, saying anti-intellectual ethos in probably attacking right-wing ideologies. But guess what? I'm seeing anti-intellectual ethos all over the place in politics, in left-wing ethos, right-wing ethos. I'm seeing anti-intellectualism all over the place. If you tell people not to question you with facts, data, you are anti-intellectual. I think in 50 years they're going to use COVID as a massive case study of how to keep your ego in check and how not to run societies and make decisions. Anyways, continuing. I can't improve on the words of Alfonso Monturi, professor of transformative studies in California Institute. Pause. I just want to say I find transformative studies often woo-woo, idealistic, and full of shit, but let's find out what he has to say about this. Notice how I said Psychology Today is going a bit too leftist for my liking. But let's see. This could be useful. Not judging yet. So this is quoting Alfonso Monturi. It is ironic how often the search for holism, transformation, integralism, and alternative approaches in general can lead to the exclusion of what sometimes despairingly calls, quote, the mental. In this view, not uncommon with students entering alternative programs and New Age circles, anything considered intellectual is, by definition, not spiritual, because the intellectual is the old paradigm, the foe of spirituality, is precisely what separated us from natural, spiritual, intuitive, spontaneous existence that our foremothers and forefathers apparently enjoyed in the days before Descartes, Newton, and the industrial, and even though agricultural revolution, the emphasis is on personal insight or connection with higher wisdom or God. Book learning is seen as ultimately relative, secondhand, and even part of the process of ego self-aggrandizing, aloofness, snobbery, elitism, and removal from the real world. End quote. It's actually interesting. It's not what I thought. They're going after the woo-woo-y spiritualistic type. Now, to be fair, there's a lot there to be said that we don't understand that may have some actual scientific realism in the quote, the woo-woo. But if you present the woo-woo as woo-woo, then no one's going to take you seriously. So for people who consider them intellectuals and academics to throw that out, baby with the bathwater, I think is not intellectually genuine, because there is something to, say, meditation, which used to be seen as woo-woo because it's spiritual, but there is actually something to it. Again, the explanation may be woo-woo, but the result may actually have scientific basis. So before you throw someone out as anti-intellectual, they actually may have come to a good conclusion. It's just their explanation that is deeply flawed. For example, Chinese medicine. A lot of it is garbage, but some of it does actually work, like turmeric or other such things. And their explanation was bullshit, so there was no further intellectual inquiry as to what happens. But as it turns out, something like turmeric is a massive anti-inflammatory, although that may be from Ayurvedic medicines. But if you sound woo-woo, intellectuals and scientists will throw that out. But the reality is turmeric is good for you based on actual facts and data, and is not just some spiritual mumbo-jumbo. Surprise! Continuing on with whence The mind. What is of equal concern to me, in addition to the maligning of the mind, is the common practice of seeing it as a static entity. Pause. I just want to say, actually, Joe Rogan actually said something great about this. Until he had kids, he saw everyone as an adult. Now he just sees everyone as a grown baby, right? Everyone is growing and adapting and learning and growing if they actually give a shit about being better. So you need to give people a break. That's why one of the big reasons cancel culture is bullshit. Are they malicious and repetitive in their behavior, or are they learning and growing and changing? Anyways, continuing. A given that exists independently of culture and therefore unchangeable, if it is negative aspect of self, and is furthermore fixed, then the project of being fully alive, loving, and integrated human being is destined to be one of perpetual struggle. Woe is me, right? Since time immemorial and forever. Continuing, I feel immense gratitude for the discovery of feminism in the mid-1980s and the years of immersing myself in the study of sociology. Pause. Unfortunately, a lot of sociology is just as they accuse the woo-woo people as it's a lot of feely stuff that has no basis for stuff. You can tell that this person is probably quite a leftist, not because they're a woman, just because. Anyways, continue. Most especially, though far from exclusively, to my exposure to Karl Marx. Lovely. Feminism and sociology professor to me with an invaluable insight that we are creatures of practice, that who we are as individuals, what our sense of self, what we are able to think and feel, is profoundly shaped by culture and institutions in which we were born. A child who was born 500 years ago in Europe, for example, would not be asking themselves or be asking by others what they want to be when they grow up. Pause. That's to do with the survival need of the individual. We need to pass on to give our skill set. It was the most efficient way. Anyways, continues. For the most part, that failure role in life was determined by the time the child was born. Similarly, that child would be unlikely to imagine themselves to be self-sufficient as a child or adult. They knew life to be dependent on the goodwill of others. Even without going very far back in time, the habits of guilt, fear, and self-judgment that are also common also seem to be natural and inevitable to so many of us, are not universally familiar. I still relish the time I read the visit of several Buddhist scholars from the West to the Dalai Lama, in which they had an ongoing discussion with him for a few hours before he could finally grasp the depth of self-loathing that is heir to us. It was entirely unfamiliar to him, self-loathing, that is, the Dalai Lama. He doesn't understand it, basically, because he doesn't experience it. Continuing, there is no question in my mind that we are not born with judgments of others. We are not born with guilt, self-sabotage, or any of the attributes assigned to the mind or ego. I see all of these as reactive adaptations to what we encounter as small beings after we are born. Ideas of our own wrongfulness in particular are internalized by us and the extent of directed to us by others. Almost from the moment we are born, we are evaluated, good girl or bad girl, good boy or bad boy, and we're told what we should or should not do. We experience to grow up to be empathetic, caring. We are expected to grow up to be empathetic, caring, and respectful or honest when these qualities are not demonstrated in how we are treated. Nor are we given room to find from within who we are. It is entirely unsurprising to me that most of us carry so much shame, given how much and often children are shamed by others. Pause. I, like the Dalai Lama, struggle with a concept that is shame. For some reason, it doesn't bother me. I don't think of it, but other people do. Right? It's a concept that is foreign to me internally. I don't really feel shame as an individual. So when I hear people talk about shame, it's a very hard struggle for me to understand what they're talking about, right? Just like the Dalai Lama, because I grew up in whether I don't think it was ideal in my upbringing for what I needed, but I didn't experience shame. I wasn't shamed for most of my life. So, that actually talks about their upbringing. So continue. Instead of telling us that as individuals it's our job to overcome the mind or our ego, I want to inquire into the view of human nature that is responsible for creating those notions in the first place. While notions of sin are no longer accepted in many circles, they still are, guys. Come on. The negative view of ego and mind seem to raise no concern. I see them as supplanting earlier notions, allowing the fundamentally negative view human nature that is part and parcel of authority-based societies. I want us to be conscious that in order to liberate ourselves from constrictions of shame and self-judgment, which I agree with to a degree. The shame, yes. Self-judgment, you need to have that voice, guys. What is needed is not an individual struggle to overcome a negative part of ourselves that is inevitably there. Rather, I see what is needed as a concerted effort to undo the worst of our socialization with the support of others who are similarly committed. In addition, in others, to alleviate the need for such heroic struggles on the part of our children and all children. I hope that many of us will join hands in the commitment to ensuring that all of our children have a choice of growing up environments that trust their innate humanity to allow them to flourish. Not an easy task when we have been trained to believe that unless controlled, children will be selfish and aggressive. In such a world, the ego will lose meaning, and without regain access to the beauty of what our minds can be, instruments of great cognitive and emotional capacity. Okay, so culture. This is where I want to start. Now, I'm just going to be fair. I don't always read everything that I look it up. I think it fits what the story I'm trying to tell, because I'm more of a storyteller. Now, as I acknowledge psychology today and a lot of academics, in particular sociology, which is not actually practicing very good scientific method, they're very left-wing ideologically. So culturally, if you start to listen to a lot of psychologists, where they're coming from is a culture of ideological left. And you need to understand that when you're listening to these people. Now, I don't agree with their conclusions about a lot of this stuff. Now, they may be looking into, hey, we never realized how much culture affects our behaviors and how much our beliefs in ourselves are to do with cultural beliefs, because that part is true. So if you're Catholic, the concept of guilt is brought on you by your culture of your religion, right? I don't have guilt. I didn't grow up with guilt. It's not part of my culture. I don't have it. Just like that sort of, I shouldn't feel guilty. All right. A lot of people get mad because they feel extreme guilt, and it's neurotic for them, and they're in pain because of the guilt and the shame they feel, and they get mad when you don't feel it. And it's like, no, well, you need to learn how to have a healthy self-view of yourself. So on that aspect, these individuals, these sociologies, these more leftist concepts to do with talking about culture, it's very relative. But I think that they discredit the biological drive. It's so ingrained in people. Now, at the end, that author kind of concluded with, if children are left alone, they'll become little monsters. Well, yeah. Have you ever seen the studies of people who are, every once in a while you find a child who grew up in the forest or a jungle, and they're little animals because they're all id. They fall back onto survival. This idea that you can't use culture or cultural ideas to shape for the good in a positive way is silliness. As we learn and grow as a human species, we're going to realize some of the things we were doing wasn't great culturally. So we change. That does not mean you burn it all down and forget it. The burning of the Library of Alexandria, for example, is probably one of the greatest setbacks in human history because we don't know what we knew. So if you burn it all down and throw it all out and rebuild it because you want your group to have the power now, you're gonna destroy progress. It's not how we do it. Now, again, I always implore you to check sources and hear ideas from all sides, because you need to understand where they're coming from, which I do. I have been called, someone said I'm an extreme right, which absurd if you actually know me. I think you've been culturally brainwashed by academics or the media if you believe that. I'm going to shit on the right later in this podcast. This is a long one, so if you make it, great. So I want to just talk about a concept that is often overlooked in psychology, and I'm going to link to this article, Simply Psychology, about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Now, again, a lot of people discredit it, but I think this is a great, Maslow was a brilliant idea, even if his justification for it wasn't great. So Maslow's hierarchy of needs, your basic needs, physiological needs, food, water, warmth, rest. Safety needs, it's a pyramid, it goes up. Security and safety. Then it goes into psychological needs. The next level up, belongingness and love, intimate relationships and friends. Then the next one up, esteem needs, prestige and feelings of accomplishment, and then self-actualization. Now, what we're finding is because society has gotten so better over the years, we can spend a lot more time self-actualizing. That's why we're having the ability to have these existential crises of who am I? What is culture? I don't understand, because we have the time. We're developing as a culture. But mark my words, and I watched this in the army. These academic elites are naive. They have very cushy lives. In the army, I saw some of the best people. When I took away their food, I didn't. When they took away the food, the water, their warmth, their rest, they became more animalistic. So all your elite ideology of what people are, it falls apart when you take away these basic needs. And when people feel even the most competently, relatively, healthy ego people take away their basic needs, you see what happens to people. You see if they really do have a healthy ego or not. Right? And I find these individuals' sociology, as I said, they're not connecting. I don't know if I said it in this, but connecting the dots between the biology, between the reality. Right? Our id is driven by our biology. If you don't have food and water, do you really give a shit about if you affected someone else's feelings? A lot of times, no. You're going to do what it takes to survive. That's how we and every other animal are designed. And you can't take that out of the equation just because you have reached the ability to self-actualize, right? So unfortunately, I feel that's the state that a lot of these people are doing. And they're creating their own culture and denying other culture, even if other culture has done well, right? So, and this is, you're starting to see the individual in the group. The culture is the group thinking of how we should behave. And everyone has a different culture of how we should behave. But in the end of the day, that bottom line hierarchy of needs really kicks in the self-survival of the id. It really kicks in. They're intertwined. You can't separate them. So I'm hoping we can get a little bit more into ego and specific of culture. Okay, are you out academic yet? Now again, I love scientific inquiry and intellectual pursuits. However, I feel there is a cultural problem at universities. So I never know what they're going to rate. But I want to get more into the actual ego and culture. So I found this article. Let's see what it says. So it's called The Ego Habitus, an examination of the role culture plays in structuring the ego. Karim G. Dajanani, Psych D. San Francisco Center for Psychoanalysts. So he would be in the School of Psychoanalysts, right? Abstract. The cultural anthropologist Pierre Bourdieu developed a conception of the culture of or habitus that can greatly expand our understanding of how the collective and trans-individual contributes to the structure of the mind, conditioning the body and shaping experience from moment to moment. A synthesis of Pierre Bourdieu's conception of culture and habitus with Freud's conception of the ego clearly demonstrate that culture structures the ego's nucleus. Culture propositions are inculcated into the ego in the form of dispositions that determine how things are perceived and understood with large groups. Mental structures derived from culture are located within the unconscious, but not repressed in the ego in a, quote, third type of unconscious that Freud discovered but did not elaborate. Deepening our understanding of how culture connects the individual with the collective can help us reach previous overlooked areas of experience in our patients and perhaps develop methods for addressing pathogenic cultural attitudes. Pause. If you want a great book that talks about pathogenic cultural ideologies, you can read the book The Parasitic Mind by Gad Sayed. He's not only a hilarious individual and Canadian and a Jew and from Lebanon, which he's always using to go after the wokest left. That's what I would say has happened, ironically, to the field of psychology, is they have been infected by parasitic cultural ideas rather than pursuing intellectual ideas. In a good way, you have to hurt their ego, their self-identity that they've built at their bastions of ideology by saying, hey, you might be wrong. And then they don't like that because their whole sense of self is their research in them. And then it turns out maybe their conclusions are not great. Just a side step. Talking about ego and culture, right? It starts to, if you're a human, it goes, whatever you're accusing other people, remember it applies to you because you're a human. So I'm just letting you know this is likely to be quite, academically inclined. But I'm going to read it to give you for those interested. And it's small print, so if I screw it up, that's what it is, because, getting older. It's only 9 or so pages, although probably not, because I'm not reading all their references. I'll reference this, and you can read them afterwards. Okay. So, introduction. Freud regarded totem as taboo. His anthropological treatise on the origins of culture to be one of his major achievements. Jones, 1956. Following Freud's death in 1939, many psychoanalytic writers addressed the topic of culture, producing cogent insight and important theoretical revisions. Actually, I'm going to skip all their references, but they have them in here because it just takes too long. However, cultural centrality to the workings of the human mind resists integration into mainstream psychoanalytical theory. Studying how culture has been theorized in the evolution of psychoanalytic theory is fascinating and worthy task that is unfortunately beyond the scope of this paper. My main focus in this paper is on the synthesis between Pierre Bourdieu's ideas and the culture of habitus with Freud's ego. So I like that, this is me adding, that they're trying to mix things. We should always be trying to mix things to get a more conclusive outcome. Anyways, particularly unconscious, but not repressed regions of the ego. An incorporation of Bourdieu's ideas and culture into psychoanalytic theory can help us develop a more sophisticated and clinically useful understanding of how an individual is, always structurally and dynamically linked to the collective, to his/her large group of origin. Remember I mentioned in-group, out-group preference before? It's huge when it comes to this stuff. 2. Freud on culture. One thing is for certain, the topic of culture was of great interest to Sigmund Freud, as evidenced by the fact that he developed a series of works to it, Totem and Taboo, and kept returning to the theme of culture in his later writings. Freud was aware of cultural centralities in shaping experience dating back to the 1890s. He even coined a neologism to describe the work of culture, Kulturarbeit, German, can't pronounce it. Anyways, the first appeared in the interpretation of dreams. Ooh, Freud's dream stuff is a little... Anyways, continuing. Freud's attention to the impact of society on the individual's human psyche became increasingly considered in his writings as time passes. However, in his conception of culture, forwarded in Totem and Taboo, as emanating from a human crime that, quote, marks the beginning of cultural development in man, he probably is talking about Cain and Abel there. See Jordan Peterson, Anyways, along with the notion that culture is transmitted through a type of phylogenic inheritance, biological process turns out to be scientifically untenable. Untenable assumptions about the origin of culture led him to organize his conceptions of culture around certain dualities: biological, social, internal, external, primitive, civilized, that I believe limited his understanding of culture's centrality in the inception of development of the ego. Freud was aware of his role that social plays in human development, but he did not have a clear conception of how the interhuman world provides a nucleus around which the ego coheres. Pause. The expansion of ideas. And a more modern person to talk about culture, religion, ideas, etc. Actually, Jordan Peterson. Read his books. If you think he's evil, you probably aren't listening to me now. And you probably haven't listened to anything he said, because he is far from it. So there's that. Anyways, continuing with this. Freud did locate cultural traces within the unconscious in the form of primal repression. That form of inherited psychic disposition, and the superego in the form of acquired social prohibitions. However, cultural remained external to our inner biological nature. Pause, as in he probably separated them. Freud kept them as different, non-intertwining things. Continuing. Bonnie Littowitz, a major psychoanalytic thinker and writer, gives us a cognate summary of Freud's view on culture. She writes, "Our view of early childhood as universal is, I believe, due to large measures to unexamined assumptions in our field about culture. Culture has been theorized by Freud as outside something to which our inner nature, as a biological given, must adapt. This is the view one finds in Freud's socio-cultural writing over the whole span of his career." End quote. Throughout his writing on the topic, Freud conceived of culture and the social as external to our inner biological nature. Bourdieu's work on habitus or culture, however, gives the detailed account of how collective or social structures the individual in the form of a shared dispositional system. Dispositions derived from culture, I will shortly demonstrate, structure the mind-body system so profoundly, making the notion of separate inner biological nature untenable. The social is indescribable in the body. Pause. This is actually where we really start to mix the nature versus nurture debate. There's a lot of people who try to separate them. They are not separate. To what degree one weighs in over the more is still up for debate, but it is clearly an intertwined intrinsical thing, which I was saying about sociologists tend to ignore the biological. They just don't like it and go more towards the conceptual ideology of stuff, and they are ignoring some basis stuff, right? Something to put in perspective. You need to take a stance that meshes both. And since in-group, out-group preference says we like to take camps, ideological camps, people don't like to mix ideas. But you need to if you want a healthier outlook for humanity and for your own healthy ego. Continuing, let us begin with the summary of Freud's key ideas on culture. In Totem and Taboo, Freud's advanced a theory of culture built on a notion of repression, following a theorized criminal act by a band of brothers. I was wrong. Dang it. Oh well. The criminal horde who murdered and cannibalized. Oh, I was wrong about it being about Cain and Abel, but again, it's a similar sort of thing, I imagine. Anyways, who murdered and cannibalized their father, Alpha Male, a series of propositions that guide necessary repression were set in motion with the intent of regulating incestuous and aggressive urges. The residues of primal repression, presumptuously the ability of repression of an original criminal act from inherited psychic disposition. By the way, I should point out, psychic in most of these terms does not mean the ability to read psyche extensions of it, right? They're just referring to the mind in the various iterations of the meaning. Continuing, that contributes to the regulation of our instincts and to the continuity of our psychic life in succeeding generations. For Freud, cultural originated from a pan-human need to overcome our animal nature, to inhibit incestuous and violent impulses. If you didn't know that Freud was very much into some weird incestuous thing, it's possible he had these whims and based his whole worldview on such things. So it's that aspect. If you ignore that aspect of Freud, some of his stuff starts to work a lot better. Anyways. From this frame, culture's main function is to facilitate the repression or sublimation of chaotic instinctual impulses, making it possible for people to live within a structured society. Since culture aids the ego in doing its work, how are we to think of culture in relation to the ego's composition? Freud thought that perception formed the ego's nucleus. However, he did not think structures derived from culture as relevant to perception. He suggested that perpetual apparatus take into the world with no resistance, meaning as it is. He writes, thus, there are permeable neurons offering no resistance and retaining nothing, which serve for perception, and impermeable ones, loaded with resistance and holding back. And something I'm not sure what that says, how to pronounce it. Anyways, continuing, which are the vehicles of memory and so probably of psychical processes in general. Continuing, that was the Freud quote. He held on to this early assumption about the mind, stating as late as 1923 that, quote, the relation of the external perception to the ego is quite precipitous, objective, quote. In contrast with Freud, Pierre Bourdieu demonstrated that perception is determined by internalized cultural disposition. Culture, or habitus, is conceptualized as a dialect between collective cultural propositions, external, that are inculcated through normal development channels, to become disposition, internal, that determine perception, shape thinking, and direct behavior. In Bourdieu's definition, disposition denotes the result of an organizational action, as well as way being habitual state and a tendency, propensity, or inclination. synthesizing Bordeaux's ideas on the link between culture and perception with Freud's ideas on ego, particularly unconscious but not represented ego structure, will expand our understanding of how to the incalculation of the collective or trans-individual structure's key ego functions relative to perception on comprehension in a way what connects the individual with large groups of origin. 3. Bordeaux's habitus. Pierre Bordeaux constructed an original conception of culture and cultural practices, an anthropologist and academic with the distinction of having conducted fieldwork among the Algeria is in a country in northern Africa, Berbers during the 1950s. He synthesized a series of insights about the origins and functions of cultural practices. What follows is a partial summary of Bordeaux's key concepts. Culture systems are developed out of the collective experience of a group in response to objective conditions of existence. Pause. So it could be like Pavlovian conditioning, a response to the environment, which then creates socially accepted standards which will enhance survival. Now, what is optimal socially for progression? It's complicated, right? Continuing. Different groups making up the human race are forced out of necessity to constitute a system of cognitive and motivating structures to help them cope with conditions of existence. Pause, right? Jordan Peterson actually talks about a lot to do with religion. Now, the idea that we should throw religion outright is not a great idea, and I'm connecting this back to that thing, find God or have children, because you need something greater than yourself. And some of the morals of religion are excellent and even connect to less structured spiritual guidance. But they've been bastardized by selfish, egocentric individuals over the years, and that's why a lot of people reject it for, quasi-intellectualism while also ignoring all this stuff. Who knew this would be such a dense podcast? But hey, anyways, considering. A culture system is invented out of the group's collective experiences. Its subsequent incorporation by members of the group transform it from an external system into an internal one. Once internalizing culture becomes a set of quote, durable transposable dispositions. Quote, dispositions are generally defined as norms or tendencies that organize perception and shape behavior. Bordeaux demonstrates that regularity of perception and behavior among members of groups orchestrated by a set of shared dispositions he calls habitus. He defines habitus as a system of durable dispositions structured internally, predisposed to functions as structural structures. Pause. They went total alliteration with that, and it's confusing as hell, but whatever. Structuring structures. This is why, just as a side note, a lot of people have trouble with academic literature because they write it like that. Anyways, continuing. That is, as a principle of generation and structuring of practicing and representation, quote, end quote. Habitus is, quote, the way society becomes disposed in a person in the form of lasting dispositions or trained capacities and structures, propensities to think, feel, and act in determinate ways, which then guide them. Social anchors, end quote, right? Your social anchors are what guide you, or your social morals, what we latch on. If I do this, are people going to get mad at me? Kind of thing. This is acceptable in this culture, but not acceptable in that, which is why you go to another country or place, it can be hard to fit in initially, right? Because your social anchors are no longer the same. Continuing. Kind of lost my place, but let's see if this is the right spot. Okay, habitus is the way social, quote, society becomes deposition in persons in the form of lasting disposition. I think I said that already. Habitus understood as a system of lasting transposable dispositions which, integrating past experiences, functioning at every moment as a matrix of perceptions, appreciations, and actions. Perceptions, understanding, and behaving are largely determined by internalizing dispositions that are subjective but not personal, as they are common to all members of a culture. Pause. Again, cultural cues are different for everyone, right? This is why multiculturalism actually struggles sometimes. That's why you should have a unifying national identity, the one that is not nationalistic per se, but is one that we can all connect to and relate as a similarity, so we can have more lasting cultural meaning interpersonal relationships, rather than a Canadian style, which I'm not a fan of anymore, is that, we have all these cultures that don't really mix that much, and so they don't learn how to interact in a more civil, quote, civil way, because the cultural cues are all different. Anyways, continuing. A shared dispositional system constitutes the preconditions for regularity of perception and intelligibility of behaving among members of the community. In other words, habitus makes recognition of experience in self and others possible. Habitus or culture organizes perception and confers meaning on the objects of perception. This includes our perception of animals. A striking example of this phenomenon leapt at me during a recent trip to Thailand. Riding a motorcycle through the island of Phuket, I saw cats and dogs sleeping in the middle of the road, impervious to the approaching motor vehicles. Cars and bikes maneuver effortlessly around these animals. By contrast, I had never seen people and animals behave this way in the United States, Europe, or the Middle East. Pause. People and animals adapt to the environment, which would be culture. These are external, so I can connect Freud's external to the literal environment of the heat, the cold, the buildings, or the forest, and also the social environment, that is how those around me behave to certain stimulus. That is essentially culture. Continuing, Thailand's cultural system structured people's relationships to the animals, and by turn, the animals' relationship to the people. So I'm guessing that means, I am not very familiar, not the most knowledgeable on Thai culture specifically, but it's just that animals and people have a more symbiotic relationship there versus, say, a Judeo-Christian stance where it is animals are lesser than, at least in a traditional sense. And it's starting to come back that we want to, at least in the West, be more symbiotic with them, which is fine to a degree, but you still need to realize it's complicated. But that's for another podcast. This example vivifies two aspects of habitus impact on the mind. Habitus or culture suffuses perception, supplying a system of meaning that organizes what we see and what things mean. An animal living among a group of humans structured by a Thai Buddhist culture system will be perceived and treated much differently than if living among humans organized by a substantially different cultural system. Furthermore, the arbitrariness underlying a cultural system is misrecognized. Humans and animals who were born and lived with a particular cultural system have absolutely no consciousness. That is, their mental organization of the world is generated by a system meaning to make that is arbitrary. Part 4. Cultured perception. Perceptions of an external internal reality. Derived from shared disposition system produced consensus, and consensus is often taken to be an objective representation of reality. Consensual reality feels, quote, self-evident and appears objective. I think what he's alluding to, the author, is not always. You need to always check in. Am I being objective? Am I being objective? Or is it my ego and id and this and cultural perceptions interacting? Anyways, continuing. Bordeaux's analysis, however, demonstrates that our perceptual system is structured by a set of cognitive and motivating structures, dispositions, that are themselves the product of incorporation. The internalization of a cultural system, if perception is organized by internalized norms, then perception is better described as normative rather than objective. Bedrock unconscious process play a key role in generating the belief, feeling that our perceptions of external world are free from any subjective ideas that may organize them. Cultural systems are both necessary and arbitrary. So, this is me. What that means is we need these structural systems in order to work together as humans so we can have a less offended egos on a daily basis, which would lead to war. But you have to recognize sometimes they're arbitrary because we're doing them out of the fact that we're doing them because this is what we're supposed to do. This is the cultural disposition, as they're getting at. But we don't know why we're doing it. And sometimes cultural dispositions, we're doing it for reasons that we don't actually need to anymore. Food for thought. Continuing. Bordeaux observed how humans respond to the necessity by inventing a cultural system and the arbitrariness of by misrecognizing it or keeping it in the system of the unconscious. A human group misrecognizes the arbitrariness of their cultural system because, quote, the incalculation of the arbitrary abolishes the arbitrariness of both the inoculation and significant inoculation. Pause. I'm going to be honest, Bordeaux is kind of word salading, meaning he's saying not as much as he could if he just simplified the way that he is writing it. so it won't make sense to a lot of people, which makes it easy for people to throw out someone's ideas when they're talking like that. But since this is the basis of this individual, I'm glad this person wrote this paper, because I imagine if I wrote Bordeaux directly or read Bordeaux directly, I myself would lose it. Anyways, continuing. Our earlier example of dogs resting in the middle of an open road with traveling motor vehicles in Thailand demonstrates the arbitrariness of inculcated cultural systems. Organized perception and shaping behavior is abolished or kept in the system's unconscious. The people and animals living on the island of Phuket are not aware of the arbitrariness in the organization of their world. The misrecognition of the arbitrariness in our cognitive and motivating structures affects our perceptions and conceptions of reality, making it appear objective rather than contingent. The misrecognized arbitrariness in the cognitive schema we use to apprehend the world tends to produce naturalization of its own arbitrariness. That was a quote of Bordeaux. In other words, we are compelled to think of our conceptions reality as real rather than arbitrary models of the real. Pause. This is actually really important because I want to connect it to the previous article I read on created arbitrariness of culture and not. It's actually very important. Continuing, myothepic systems could contain a measure of arbitrariness. The arbitrariness of the system misrecognizes structures that perpetuate the misrecognition of the arbitrariness he calls doxa. Doxa refers to a quasi-perfect corresponding between the objective order and subjective principles of organization. That was a quote. Necessity compels us to invent cognitive schemas, subjective principles with which to apprehend the world, objective order. We collectively invent cultural systems that are both necessary and arbitrary. The arbitrariness of cultural systems is misrecognized by the group because of our perceptions of the world we live in and feel natural and given. This is particularly true if there is no heterodoxy in the group or culture, meaning that most people are not questioning cultural dispositions at play. People accept things both the way they are, which is not great, and actually Judaism generally questions everything. It's part of the religion except for the group that want to lock down to the old ways. Anyways, continuing. The misrecognition of the arbitrariness of our invented systems of meaning-making rules us liable to mistakes of our mental models of reality with the relative reality of our mental models. Excuse me. To conflate consensual and cultural reality with objective and ultimate reality, doxa, or constellation of mental structures, generate schemes of thought that organized our perceptions of the world. These structures are instilled in us. In a primary experience of the social world, a kind of knowledge without concepts, doxa, are generally bistructured of a relationship as well as by the mental structures of designating these relations and constitutes a kind of normative unconscious, which imposes and confronts how things should be done, how we should behave, and how we should make sense of the world. Okay, had enough yet? This is part 5, a few more pages, and then I'll move on. So, part 5 of this, culture perception and the ego's nucleus. Cultural systems are generated from a collective experiences of a group and are thus not strictly personal. However, every individual incorporates the system, propositions, plans, recipes, ways of doing things, and understanding things through normal development channels. The internalization of a cultural system contributes to the structure of the mind, moving it from objective and collective to the subjective and personal. Once internalized, it becomes a mental structure with specific functions. For psychoanalysts, this raises the question of where to place the internalization of cultural structure into a Freudian model of the mind. In 1923, Freud's conceptions of the ego underwent its third iteration. He initially thought of as the ego as a mass of ideas with a built-in resistance to anything that threatens them. Right, that's why we often talk about the ego. It's threatening your ego. Continuing. Then he describes it as the product of identification. And by 1923, the ego became a, quote, coherent organization of mental processes, quote. A coherent organization of mental processes implies a coherent substrate of psychic structures. Freud's discovery that much of the ego is unconscious made thinking about its composition, coherent organization of mental structure, and various functions difficult. What complicated matters further is that more than one type of unconscious is associated with the ego. We have two kinds of unconscious, the one which is latent but capable of becoming conscious, and one which is repressed and which is not, in itself and without more ado capable of becoming conscious. As analysis proceeds, however, Freud discovers yet a third type of unconscious, and then he recognizes as important. We recognize that unconscious does not coincide with the repressed. It is still true that it is repressed is unconscious, but not all that is unconscious is repressed. A part of the ego, too, heaven knows how important that part may be unconscious, undoubtedly is unconscious. End quote. The discovery of the third unconscious confounded him. He warns us not to ignore the implications before ceasing inquiry into himself. Quote, when we find ourselves thus confronted by necessity of postulating of third unconscious, which is not representing, we must admit the characteristics of being unconscious begins to lose significance for us. It becomes a quality which can have many meanings, a quality which we are unable to make as we should have hoped to do so, the basis of far-reaching and inevitable conclusions. Nevertheless, we must be aware of ignoring these characteristics. In summary, there appears to be three types of unconscious, again, according to a Freudian perspective. The latent unconscious represents in the work of the pre-conscious. The dynamic unconscious represents in the work of repression and resistance to lift them. And the third type of unconscious, that is not the result of repression, but nonetheless resistant conscious. John here, confused yet? No wonder it's so hard to find a good, healthy sense of self and where you fit in on the world. We don't even understand ourselves very well. Anyways, continue. The key to illuminating the workings of the third unconscious may lie in reconsideration of how the PCPT perceptual unconscious system actually works. Acronyms. In the Project for Scientific Psychology, Freud postulated three systems of neurons structures with their not the literal neurons, but this is Freudian, with their respective functions. The third system, designated by letter W, is responsible for perception and is independent from the systems and neurons underpinning the ego. Perceptual neurons provide the indication of reality that is devoid of memory, resistance, or conditioning, meaning the perceptual systems access reality directly. Almost there. By 1923, however, he realized perception is in fact an ego function. He stated the ego starts out, as we see from the system perception, which is its nucleus, and begins embracing the perception precondition. There's too many acronyms here. So if I screw that up, sorry. They keep changing the acronyms mid-paper, or shorthand, sorry. Continuing, which is adjacent to the pneumic residues. But as we have learned, the ego is also unconscious. End quote. If perception is an ego function, the ego is largely unconscious. Then what role unconscious processes play in shaping and organizing the perception of the external world? Freud continues to assume that, quote, the relation of external perceptions to the ego is quite precipitous, end quote. He wants to theorize resting on assumptions that the external world is objective, or world perciptuous, that internal perception can only become conscious by connecting internal stimuli to the world presenting, which transform them consciously. Perception. Pause. Again, our world is based on the internal and the external. The external may have a literal realism to it, but our brain interprets it in a way. That's why a lot of people say the simulation theories, which is totally off topic, but that they say the real world doesn't exist. It's only what we perceive it to be. It's complicated, right? So how are we supposed to make sense of that all? To be human. Continuing, perceptions of the internal world occurred via connection to the world presenting that are subsequently experienced as conscientious perception, similar to the perception of stimuli whose origins are external. Freud did not see the possibility that perceptions of the external world, to which internal perceptions and world presentation attach on their way to becoming conscious, may already be organized by an unconscious system. Transobal dispositions. Freud's assumption that the whole system, there's an acronym, PCPTSC's system registers the external world objectively, is inconsistent with discovery that perception is an ego function derived from constellation of identical pause. Cognitive psychology knows that you don't always objectively perceive the world. Your mind fills in the blanks a lot. optical illusions, for example. You're not actually seeing what's literally there. Otherwise, you'd often see a flat image. Continue. The systems operate on internalized norms incorporated from the interhuman world that determines what we see and what things mean. Again, since perception is organized through our incorporated of norms, then perception is more accurately described as normative rather than objective. Freud's ego is responsible for perceptions as well as repressions. It may be useful to distinguish between the structures underlying perceptions from ones responsible for repression. Freud taught us a lot about the characteristics of the dynamic of unconscious, the place that representations are maintained. He did not have much to say beyond discovering it, about the non-representative unconscious sufficing the ego. Bordeaux's discovery that perception is organized by unconscious but non-repressed psychic structures he calls doxa. Again, cognitive psychology and actual biochemists know what the neurons, etc., areas of the brain. So that's too much to connect in here in this one thing, though. Anyways, continuing. Freud's postulate and third unconscious that suffices the ego but is not repressed. Let us try to synthesize Bordeaux and Freud's converging ideas. Bordeaux, doxa, is a constellation of culturally derived psychic structures that confers meaning on the objective of perception. They are unconscious but not repressed. Freud, much of the ego is unconscious but not repressed, and perception of the ego's nucleus, in as much as doxa determine perception, and perception is an ego function that doxa exist. I'm going to skip over this, section 6. You can read it if you want. This is going on very long. I want to skip to the summary before the reference. So I've skipped section 6, which was, and the end of that section, the embodiment of habitus, and just skipping to section 7, summary and implications. This paper presents a synthesis of cultural anthropologists Pierre Bourdieu's conception of habitus with Sigmund Freud's conception of the ego that demonstrates how culture is incorporated into the ego in the form of unconsciousness, the large group's cultural code. These unconscious but non-repressed ego structures and functions correspond with Bourdieu's notion of doxa. Doxa confers to the meaning of objective perception along a particular code derived from the group's historical and collective experiences. Pause. So I'm going to not continue because, well, this has been a long enough read. But I am going to include the link for that if you want to finish reading the whole thing there in the note. Okay. So why would I read to you that painfully long academic study? And I'm going to put if you skip the beginning, I'm going to put a extra intro in there talking about this. So I read that because I want to show you where these ideas come from, the evolution of ego, what is ego, into how it connects to culture. And these are some early pioneers, Freud and Bourdieu, etc. And now we're at the point where we understand a lot of culture. That paper discusses a lot of culture is not objective. We're just doing it for the sake of doing it. And this is to do with biological survival mechanisms of Maslow's hierarchy. We do things because to fit in. We start doing behaviors. It's a reward mechanism. If I do this, I get rewarded with social praise. I get rewarded with food, and therefore I'm going to keep doing this. And then maybe 100 generations down the road, we keep doing it, but no one really knows. It's just become part of culture. Now, I wanted to go back to the paper that I read before from that person I accused of being a leftist, because they sound kind of a leftist. So what's going on now in academics and in psychology is that they're starting to realize so much of culture and cultural beliefs, it doesn't need to be there anymore. And they're being very aggressive and burning everything down and taking it all down because it's a, quote, social construct. And they're taking down things that are good things as part of culture, right? For example, police. Without police, a societal cultural structure to maintain general order, because it's a authority that is, we're all agreeing that yes, they can use force to quell those who don't want to play with others. Violence, as a general rule, goes down in place with proper police. Now that there's public non-acceptance of police and don't want to listen to them because of ideas of burn culture down and re-envision culture, it's problematic. So yes, we're acknowledging that lots of aspects of culture are made up. And I'll connect this to martial arts afterwards, if you've made it through this part. And we're just doing them for the sake of doing them and connecting that to our self-identity. Our ego is if someone says the way you're doing culture is wrong, your self-identity, your group in, group out group is attacked. Now here's the problem again. A lot of it is good. Some of it is bad. And if you don't know your history and you don't know the development of the ideas and why and where they came from, it can be confusing. I like to use Judaism as an example, or a religion where, like kosher. I think objectively, it's reasonable to say it was to do with health things. Hey, if you eat X, say if you eat uncooked pork, you could get trichinosis. So at some point they discovered if we ate this thing, they associated it with unwellness, so they created health rules, kosher, how to do it. Well, nowadays in the modern times, how to eat healthy without having repercussions. And it was at the time when they didn't understand things, it makes total sense. But I don't see the point in keeping kosher in the 21st century because we understand how to eat healthy. We understand, and I'm not going to keep doing some practice just for the hell of it. A lot of Jews are like that, right? They keep doing it because it's the culture and they don't want to change it. It's our identity, but I don't see the point objectively. I know a lot of Jews are going to disagree with me. So you have to think about your culture. What about your culture is arbitrary? And is it worth changing for the better? Now, again, if you take the burn it all down approach that the leftists are doing, it's destructive. We're going to have civil wars if they keep doing it, right? And if you want to have religious practices, by all means, do it over there. So the paper in discussing culture and ego is, my culture is better than your culture. Well, maybe, maybe not. Fusion is a great thing. The whole concept of cultural appropriation to me is obscene. It's an obscene affront to logic because we take what works and we move on. Krav Maga, what works, what's good, and we move on and dispel what is bad. So some cultures have really good ideas, cultural ideas, foods and things that work really well, and other ones, they're not so great. So fusion and a progression forward is really good. Hey, I like that about your culture. Let's do it together. And then your ego and your culture takes affront to it. You're insulting me. You're taking from what is mine, but it's not. It's an idea. It's arbitrary. So I don't understand how leftists, by the way, can think that cultural appropriation is even appropriate concept. It's illogical, right? So you need to figure out, and that's kind of what the cultural war is going on right now in greater society, is what parts of culture and society do we need to get rid of because they're no good anymore, and what are still good and are merits. And there's a bit of a battle. Again, I tend to take a more cautious, conservative approach to changing things, because if you burn it all down, we get the whole Alexandria Library situation where we set humanity back by 1,000 years. So you have to be careful. So now we're starting to see that the self-identity, the ego, is related to culture, because culture are essentially the rules in which we engage that help us progress and survive and pass on our genes from a more primitive sense. We're connecting the dots now. If I want to survive as an individual, I have an ego. The ego, id, superego, etc. keeps me alive. Through Maslow's hierarchy, the principles of these concepts. I need these basic things, then I can work on the next, now I can work on the next. And much of society is actually in the self-actualization perspective, even if they don't realize it, and they're having giant existential fucking crises because they don't know what to do with their purpose anymore. Hence the whole concept of find God or have children. I am likely to do the latter because I find there's too much rigidity in religious ideology towards sticking towards the old norms that are illogical. However, there's merit to that kind of groupthink, okay? So there's that. So what's happening in academia, is particularly in psychology, like that first thing from Psychology Today I was reading, is they're forgetting that they're creating their own arbitrary societal norms. And everyone else outside of these groups is like, what the hell are you talking about? And as far as anyone else is concerned, they're just making shit up. Because guess what? As that paper I just read, or loosely read through, discusses, a lot of culture is made up, and we don't know why. Connecting it to survival, there is actual reasons. But if you forgot the reason you're doing something, why are you doing it? Figure it out. How much of what your parents taught you, you do, and realize you don't need to do it because it doesn't make sense in modern times. Right? My partner is from another cultural background. And at first, there's often clashes when you date someone from another ethnic group or cultural background. because your cultural norms clash and you can't stop and think, oh, why are they doing that? Well, I was told to do it. So, I've adopted some things from Asian culture and they've adopted stuff from my culture, and we figured out as a couple that we like these things, and we've created a new eternal culture of what aspects of both like work for us for our optimal life, right? So it's very complicated. Now, what does that have to do with violence? Because culture often dictates, is a culture going to be more violent or not? And it's not, again, about race. There is a concept about, there was a study done, let's say, it's called Interpersonal Relationship and Group Processes, Insult, Aggression, and the Southern Culture of Honor and Experimental Ethnography. Very famous study. I'm not going to read through it. It's too long and too dense, like way too dense. It's interesting, though, discussing why there's more murders in the South than the North. I'll link it. It's a very, very famous study. But I will read this Psychology Today article. Again, Psychology Today is good, but just know they're coming from very leftists. And this is in reference to that study, because a lot of time we have these groundbreaking studies or ideas to do with ego, culture, things, and people jump on them and don't really think them through. So a lot of leftists use that previous study to jump on the South and call them ignorant fools. Now, I personally believe that if your culture is still based on honor, you're more likely to be violent, but it's not because of what you think. So let's read this Psychology Today one. And I encourage you to read the paper. It's just too long. The podcast will be like 10 hours if I read through it. It was a study I looked at and I found fascinating in psychology. So this is Psychology Today. Is Southern violence due to culture of honor? Nigel Barber, PhD. Did Scottish settlers transmit violence tendencies to the South? Southern states in the U.S. have higher violent crime rates than the rest of the country, right? I should add, one of the more poorer areas of poor, impoverished areas of America is not always the ghettos. It is Appalachia, right? Southern Appalachia. Continuing, moreover, Southern men may be more willing to stand up for themselves using physical aggression, particularly if they have been insulted or believe their homes are threatened, right? Very id. This phenomenon is referred to as culture of honor. Psychologists Richard Nebsit and Dov Cohen, that's the study I was talking about, propose an intriguing explanation in terms of subsistence problems experienced by the original settlers, many from Ireland and Scotland. Quote, we believe the Southern culture of honor derives from the herding economy brought into the region by the earliest settlers and practiced by them for many decades thereafter, end quote. This theory was inspired by anthropological evidence that herders around the world are quite willing to put their lives on the line to protect their herds against wild animals and thieves. Lacking the protection of well-established central governments, 18th century Southern settlers were vulnerable to livestock thefts and had to be prepared to protect their property using violence if necessary, according to Nesbitt and others. Hence the tendency to cultivate a reputation for manly toughness. Talk about this, that served as a discouraged rustlers. But why would these notions apply today when there is much stronger rule of law, no cattle raiding, and a highly urbanized population? Nesbitt and colleagues collected a variety of evidence that appeared to back up their theory that the type of agricultural practice, specifically herding as opposed to farming, promoted a culture of honor, leading to violent crime. The problem is that when some of their key evidence was carefully reevaluated, a very different conclusion was reached. Rebecca Chu and others investigated the white, non-Hispanic male homicide rates in rural counties in the South as a function of the type of agricultural practice. They evaluated that predictions that the homicide rates would be higher in the counties that were arid and hilly and thus more suitable for herding than farming, and therefore conducive to a culture of honor. They concluded, quote, although we analyzed similar data and addressed the same conceptual issues, we found no support for the Nisbet-Reeves hypothesis. Overall, white male homicides in rural counties in the South do not vary as predicted by Nesbitt's theory. Moreover, for some estimates of the white male homicide rates when country homicides are adjusted for the difference in white poverty, the patterns are directly opposite to the Nesbitt-Reeves prediction. The very different conclusions of the two teams of researchers boil down to a mundane statistical technicality, see how statistics can be manipulated, about how to deal with a very small number of homicides in some rural counties, but the reanalysis is clearly correct. The tragedy of science, according to Aldous Huxley. Aldous Huxley. Pause. Read his books. If you've read 1984, you really need to read A Brave New World. It's painful at first to read, but it's an uncomfortable book. It leaves you with an uncomfortable feeling at the end, and it's meant to do that. Anyways, continuing with this article, is when a beautiful theory gets killed off by an ugly fact. Fans of the herding culture of honor theory have either ignored the contradictory evidence or pointed to evidence that southern whites still have higher violent crime rates than northern whites, even if move north. Oddly, this violent streak skips women and urban residents. So where does this leave us? First, herding explanations for violent tendencies in the South, a white man was clearly falsified in relation to homicide. Second, the higher levels of homicide by whites in rural counties of the South can be fully explained in terms of poverty. Dun, dun, dun. Continuing, many social scientists believe Southerners favor violence in a matter of honor, but the evidence is patchy. Some of the key psychologist evidence was obtained by Southern students attending University of Michigan and Northern University, a very atypical group. Politically, people in the Southern tend to reject gun control, favor capital punishment, corporal punishment, and the building of strong national defense. Continuing. This is a bit more to it, but I'll stop there. A lot to unpack there, right? So, that original study by Nesbitt et al. Basically is demonizing white people. Now, this one that I just read alludes to poverty. So what does that have to do with culture and cultures of honor? Because if I look at cultures that are heavily to do with honor, they're actually quite impoverished relative to the West. They also alluded in this article about a rule of law. So if I am in one university, in one culture, and I'm doing studies on one group of people who I'm not familiar with, I'm going to have perceptual biases about that culture, and I don't really understand it. And this is what's going on with a lot of these studies, is they don't really understand the cultures they're looking at. Armchair anthropologing is what they're doing. So when it comes to violence, and you say that culture is more likely to be violent than that, I think you can do that. And I do teach that. That culture is more violent because in their culture, it is more acceptable to be violent. But the reason of that is usually related to economic, social reasons, less to do with the race. So if you look at another group of people and say they're Muslim or they're Asian or they're white or they're black or whatever, and they're more violent, it's more to do with the fact their development of their society. Because generally speaking, at least in a Western development perspective, although you could say China is communist, they don't have petty crime per se because the police will come down on you. They have more white-collar crime. Right, violent crime goes down as a rule of law, and the state takes over law. Now, again, the South tends to be more free. Imagine a society, by the way, where you have educated individuals who have the right to defend themselves, but you still have state law enforcement agents to handle larger, more complicated situations where groups have gotten out of hand. So what happens is our ego latches onto our group identity. Our group identity may be our university group. In the South, they're over there are more violent because XYZ, and therefore they're less evolved than me, who doesn't do violent. Well, that's not true. Because then you hear story after story of the Southers. They're such kind, such polite people. And then you go to somewhere like a northern state, like New York, and they're rude as fuck. I believe the Nesbitt one was talking about New York a lot. New York is violent as fuck right now because the economy has collapsed, right? And they're not punishing those. They're not giving penalties for those being violent. So you're starting to understand a little bit more about culture and ego and how it's intertwined and how you believe your culture and your identity and your ethnic background matters so much more. If we're taking a humanistic approach, you have to realize some cultures have gotten better results than other, and there are, instead of tearing it down, you say, why did they do better? Why did they have more economic success? Why did the poverty rate go down overall compared to other groups? Right? There's large swaths of the world that socioeconomic status compared to Western world are not great. Right, a lot of combat soldiers come back from Afghanistan and say even the homeless people in North America have it better than the average Afghan. That's a perceptual thing, right? It's complicated. Okay, if I've indoctrinated, no, I'm not, sorry. Wrong word. I did not indoctrinate. I do not do that. I'm trying to educate you and give you perspective. So now that you have a little bit of concept of ego related to that, let's talk about the actual blog post, Martial Arts and Ego, Cobra Kai. Martial Arts and Ego. Cobra Kai. If you like martial arts, then there are a few people and concepts you probably are familiar with, no matter what decade you were born in. Bruce Lee is, of course, one of the most famous. But how about Mr. Miyagi, the legendary Okinawan karate master played by Pat Morita in the 1984 Karate Kid, and 3 sequels? Not to be confused with the 2010 remake of The Karate Kid starring Jackie Chan as a martial arts mentor, Mr. Han, in which they aren't even learning karate, but rather kung fu, the traditional system of Chinese martial arts. It is not the same. Anyway, Mr. Miyagi taught Daniel-san traditional Okinawan karate. The system originated in Okinawa, not the main island of Japan, to help learn to defend himself against the bullies from the karate dojo Cobra Kai, taught by military veteran and mild psycho John Kreese. In the original movie, the rivalry culminates with Daniel LaRusso defeating his main bully, blonde bad boy Johnny Lawrence. This propelled Daniel to a good and successful life, and led Johnny to a life of alcoholism, bad parenting, and poor life decisions. This is, of course, as we now see the characters 30 years later in Cobra Kai series on Netflix, with the same, albeit now adult actors, which is a great thing for the series to do. This is where I give you the spoiler alert. If you didn't already know that Daniel won the tournament in the original movie, well, too bad. It was made before I was even born, so you should know by now. But if you aren't caught up in the latest season of Cobra Kai yet, then be warned, there may be some mild spoilers ahead. If you are into martial arts and the original movies, then you will love this series. It is a pure entertainment combined with continuing the original storyline with the added bonus of considerably more character development, which makes this series a must-watch in my opinion. The show includes, at various points, almost all of the same actors from the film series, where possible, R.I.P. Pat Morita, and add some new faces, which is something I would love to see in other older series. Johnny decides he wants to start teaching karate again and opens up his own dojo. Needless to say, Daniel finds out and all manner of ego-driven shenanigans ensue. Daniel also tries to get his daughter to start training karate again. Long story short, Cobra Kai competes in the famous All-Valley Karate Tournament, despite Daniel's effort to keep Cobra Kai banned, and Johnny's champion prevails. Daniel looks like the bully, and it looks like Johnny is doing good again. Season 2 sees the return of Johnny's sensei, Kreese, who is just as nuts, if not more so, than before. A school rivalry builds between Johnny and Daniel's schools, which results in a fight with serious consequences. More ego-driven violence and shenanigans occur as everyone, Johnny, Daniel, and their students, and their own kids, is trying to prove themselves, their karate prowess, and their own egos. All around, it's great fun to watch. However, intentionally or unintentionally, it is showing the negative sides of martial arts and human ego. It also perpetuates the bullshit idea that training in martial arts makes you a violent person, which makes me concerned that any Karen who walks in on their child watching it will go on a Karen rampage to try and stop all martial arts from occurring. You actually kind of see this in Season 3, where the school trustees, who are clearly vanilla people who know nothing of combat, simply panic and try to ban all karate. Karens aside, it really highlights the ego of who's the best. Ego is a powerful thing. It can help or hinder you. It can give you strength and courage or make you crumble. As mentioned in previous posts of this series, my martial arts is better than your martial arts, and is implied or stated by me numerous times. There are many factors to who is the best, and this means not everyone can be the best. This is why it is important to understand for your own ego, are you capable of being the best? And if you are you putting in the work to be the best and stay the best? Or if you are not capable of being the best, are you happy with just being the best version of yourself that you can be? In the latter situation, people often quit training in martial arts altogether because of their ego. They cannot accept they are not the best because of some factor or other. So they stop rather than continue to strengthen themselves. No, not everyone can be the best. But not everyone needs to be. You just need to be better. Now, if you are the best, as proven by competition, can you stay the best? For many it is short-lived, and for others it is a long journey. But eventually you will fall, and the question is, can your ego handle it? A good example, where the answer was no, is the dominant female UFC champion Ronda Rousey. When Rousey finally fell, she fell hard and fast, and never really recovered mentally. I am still waiting for the in-depth documentary on her life, as it may most likely show how an unchecked ego will only lead to a massive crash and pit of emotional despair. Personally, I dislike the need that so many people have to boost their ego through martial arts, as can be seen in Cobra Kai's story. Those who were once bullied become the bullies when they finally have the power to do so. This is an aspect of the show I do not like, as it depicts how, without proper guidance, many people can take power and go sideways. After all, with great power comes great responsibility. Uncle Ben, Spider-Man. Cobra Kai, at least at the end of Season 3, has yet to show how losing can actually check your ego and back into place, teaching you that maybe you aren't as good as you thought, which means you can either work hard to get better, or you can simply be content with working to be in a better place mentally, physically, and know that outside of competition, you know your abilities and you can walk in peace. This aspect is something I would love to see more in martial arts world. As we always follow the champions and the best, we strive to be them and are motivated them. It is what winners we look up to. It is the winners we look up to. Except the truth is, for most of us, either because we are casual practitioners or just lack the certain something required to be the best, as martial art practitioners are doing, just to be a better version of ourselves. This obsession over ego and winning can be problematic and give a bad image to all the Karens out there who look down on the learning of violence. For most people, learning to fight makes them less likely to fight because they realize it's actually quite hard and carries high risk. Some never learn, but that's because they have other personal issues that were there before the training and should be dealt with separately. Cobra Kai does a very good job at showing the kind of damage ego-driven conflict can do when it starts going out of the ring or out of the dojo and into the streets. It starts to look like petty gang conflicts you see globally, where even the slightest look can result in someone hospitalized or dead. While ego is inevitable, it is part of the human psyche. It must constantly be checked in all aspects of martial arts, including in its portrayal. The days of using martial arts for life and death are gone in many countries, and while some may long for those days, the reality is our lives are better when this kind of wanton violence against each other is generally unacceptable. If the only portrayal of martial arts comes off as negative and simply for the purpose of violence, it could be possible that things go sideways and people once again lose the ability to defend themselves. This is very problematic. When a group of people do not know how to defend themselves, there can be catastrophic results. In the film Demolition Man, with Wesley Snipes and Sylvester Stallone, plays on this idea. A society that has not just lost the ability, but the understanding of violence is at a loss when a madman of old comes out of a prison and wreaks havoc. We must understand the importance for everyone to learn and understand violence, hoping we never have to use it, but knowing we can if we must. If you're an ego-driven person, then temper your need to win or your rage and express it in the appropriate arenas, and work on yourself in other ways so that it never gets out of control, harming others in the world around you. Cobra Kai shows many of the negative violence and what can go wrong when it is undirected or misused, though it attempts to demonstrate the positive aspects through the peaceful lessons from Mr. Miyagi as retaught by Daniel-san. Yet even he, now without his mentor, seems to be driven by his ego to always be right and win at all costs. Whether portrayed in Cobra Kai or the movies or seen in real life, one of the most important journeys for any martial artist is to learn to manage and control their ego, lest it blind them from achieving the ability to walk in peace with all aspects of life. Written by Jonathan Fader. For training online, visit www.utkm.com. If you're in the Metro Vancouver area, come learn with us in person. Sign up at www.urbantacticskm.com. Okay, I hope that was a little more entertaining than the ad nauseum intellectual academic stuff. First of all, this TV series is a great show. I enjoyed watching it. The movies were great at the time. I was a little too young when the originals came out, but I did watch them. I did enjoy them. But you start to see what I got out of the show is the intense traditional ideology of my dojo versus your dojo, in-group, out-group, right? Every dojo, every martial arts school has their own culture, right? And you see this all the time, the whole concept of honor and respect in martial arts. I think it's a bunch of bullshit, because in the end of the day, it started with warriors trying to survive and make a living, which often meant killing people. And whether that you find that honorable or not is totally, totally different. So people need to stop with honor and martial arts. It's relative to, guess what, your culture. So if, like the Gracies used to dojo storm, the Gracies for BJJ, where they used to go in to show how tough they were and go beat the crap out of other gyms who had like karate gyms, who had no concept of grappling. Well, of course you're going to win, because your strategy is better. You know something they don't, and they're overwhelmed by it, right? What I thought of Cobra Kai, great entertaining show, awesome show again, that if any Karens out there are watching it, they're going to think, how dare they? I don't want my kid learning martial arts, because I believe that is the culture of martial arts, to create bullies. That is not. Because generally speaking, and people need to do more research on this, they really do, the more you learn to be violent, the more you realize it's too risky to be violent to other people, because even if you're the best, you might get caught off guard and your career is over, or you're dead. So it really shows you that there's a lot of ideas about martial arts, and this culture is better than that culture. I encourage my students, if someone asks me, what do you think of this school? I'll tell them, like, I don't think much of it based on what I've seen, or I don't know because I have never interacted. Or if you're looking for this, if you want a competition school, this is a good, or what do you think of this person, right? I'll be like, I'll tell you. This is my assessment, okay? But I encourage people to train with other people. A lot of students of mine, they don't diversify their information sources, and I, being me, ramble on about everything all the time. And I encourage them, listen, get your sources from other places. Hey, train with other people periodically. You need to get diversified skill set, so that you're not in this old ass mentality of my dojo is better than your dojo, right? Now, let's say jiu-jitsu, because it's a good example, because there's no competition in Krav Maga. I was going to go on about Bushido, but essentially your perceptions about Bushido are not what you think they are. A lot of Japanese samurai did what they needed to do to survive, would flip allegiances all the time. So before you think that is a thing, get over it. When it's life or death, you don't blindly follow stuff unless you're completely brainwashed, right? So it's actually affects, the culture of a gym often affects the quality of the training, though, because if you have an ego-driven gym that's full of athletic, high-skilled individuals, you're not going to be a family gym. You're just not. Or if you're high skill and your environment is only family-oriented, you're not going to attract people who are into competition athletic. Because let's be honest, there's some gyms, even locally, that produce winners in the competition, and others that do not. And it could be two things. They're attracting athletic individuals with the natural inherent skill sets and developing them, or the way the methodology that they're teaching is taking average people and developing them, right? There's two ways to go about producing champions. One is more universal, though, as in I don't care if you're athletic. If you're mediocre, I can make you better through efficient training and skill development, the John Danaher way, right? Hopefully, I believe that's what I do. Unfortunately, I don't have classes all the time, which would produce better results, but it is what it is, because you need the iterations, bottom line, right? So martial arts and ego is often the concept. I need to slow down, I know. The concept that you will learn to check your ego in. I hope so. If you go to a good school, regardless of style, you will learn to temper your ego, even if it's just through having your ego checked, through being challenged physically and realizing that you're not the best. And that is actually why athletic people are drawn to competitive schools, because I think if they want to get better, they know they have to go with people equal to or better than them. Versus if you're the big fish, small pond, a couple things could happen actually. Your ego gets huge and thinks you're the best, and then you go out into the big sea and you get creamed, because guess what? You were just beating up little guppies the whole time. Right? Or you can realize, right, you can do great harm, and then you try not to as well. There's all sorts of things that can happen, but Cobra Kai definitely plays off. It's a good storytelling narrative about how ego can get out of control and culture can get out of control, of even for those who say that they're doing it for the good or doing it better. Well, your actions speak louder than your words, guys, right? Remember all those academics who are saying we need to save humanity, and then they're totally okay with people burning down entire cities? there's some logic flaws going on there, and they're protecting the ego that their ideas about culture and race are somehow right, even though its results are more damaged, right? That's ego talking of your culture, you belong to your group, and it doesn't work. So martial arts and ego is there because there is a high testosterone level. For a lot of men, more women are doing martial arts than ever, and I'm happy to see it because everyone should learn to defend themselves. Yes, as we discussed, having state authority to bring down overall violence works, but you cannot take away the individual's right to defend themselves, because guess what? The state is not always there, and nor should they always be there. It's about balance, right? If you are anxiety ridden and don't feel safe to protect yourself, either get the skills or don't put yourself in that situation. Don't tell other people they can't do it. That's just ego, because you don't want to admit that you don't have the ability and you feel weak. And so that's what they mean by the ego, right? Again, I did kind of discuss the whole thing that using the term ego specifically for that is not always the right term, because a sense of self is a better thing. It's more of affecting your personal sense of self. I'm weak, therefore I can't protect myself, therefore you shouldn't, the state should do it. It's not a very healthy way of thinking. Or I'm not succeeding, therefore I need to burn everything down because I'm not succeeding, so you shouldn't. Sound familiar in society nowadays? Culture and ego. There's a culture war going on. And if you say there's not, I think you might be a little delusional. It's basically everyone's trying to fight. Now that we've realized that a lot of culture is arbitrary, everyone's fighting for which pieces of what culture are the best. And some, I'm sorry, are not great for producing the future of humanity. Some will bring us backwards. Some will bring us forwards, and we don't know what's what. If more people did martial arts and learned that being violent is actually harder than you think, because a lot of people who go to war don't want to be violent again because they know it's so damn hard, right? So Cobra Kai gives you a good show, but it might give you the wrong idea about ego. But it does highlight how in-group, out-group preference, martial arts and ego can go the wrong way, and that's not what most schools do. Most schools aren't the Gracies running around beating the shit out of other people. Most schools are developing better human beings. That's the martial arts aspect. Something I want to bring back into Krav Maga a little bit, and they do in Israel. They unfortunately become too martial arty and not enough about the pure Krav Maga. So it's very, very interesting, right? I hope that was interesting. A little bit less academic there, easier to absorb, and watch the show. It's great, right? So let's talk about ego before we do the next one. I want to talk about something called ego death. How do we manage our egos? If it's how do we manage if we have insecure or unhealthy views of the self that cause us to lash out at others in a way to try to control them because we don't like ourselves? How do we manage our ego so that it's not obnoxious and trying to control others? Well, there's a thing called ego death. And I'm going to read this from Wikipedia before I put the next of the blog series. So, one sec. Okay, so ego death is the complete loss of subjective self-identity. The term is used for various intertwined contexts with, this is Wikipedia by the way, related meanings in Jungian, Carl Jung, Jungian psychology. The synonyms term psychic death is used, which refers to fundamental transformation of the psyche. In death and rebirth mythology, ego and death is a phrase of self-surrender and transition as described by Joseph Campbell in his research on mythology of the hero's journey. It is a recurrent theme in the world of mythology and is also used as a metaphor in some strands of contemporary Western thinking. Again, Jordan Peterson, if you want to expand a little bit more on some of the stuff covered in there, it is fascinating from cultural mythology, right? A lot of the lessons learned of old actually talk about ego death, and it's connected to religion, spirituality, other things, because if you can disassociate your worldview from your centered self, you can actually start to see the world in a broader perspective. But as creatures with limited cognitive capacities, both physical and otherwise, it is difficult for us, and even many people even think about this at all, put yourself, they say put yourself in the shoes of others. A lot of time when people think they're doing that, they're actually not. It's very difficult to do. if you have a strong sense of self, that does not mean you don't have the ability to put yourself in other shoes. A strong sense of self and a healthy perspective, a strong, healthy ego is one in which you can balance it. You have a strong self-identity with boundaries, and you communicate it. You do what you want while respecting others. And you can have what's called ego death. But a lot of people, more primitive thinking people, for lack of a better words, or those who with lack of knowledge, right? Poorer communities tend to be more traditional ego-driven, centered around self, because their minds and nervous systems are still in a survival mode. Right. I could get into the academic papers on this stuff to back up what I'm saying, but it's going to be like a 4-hour, 5, 6, 20-hour podcast, and I'm not Dan Carlin. I'm not going to sit down there and do the research for that. Plus, my voice is already starting to go. So there's misassociation. So if causation does not equal, or correlation doesn't equal causation. So the example with the paper I was discussing earlier about southern white farmers and the origin of herding, they correlated the wrong thing for the causation. Well, as it turns out, it seems like mostly it is poor, less educated groups of people, regardless of race or culture, are going to be more likely in the survival mode, meaning they're more likely to do behaviors culturally or other individualistic that have a harder time putting themselves in other shoes. Not always, because some cultures are more collectivist. And no, communism does not solve this fucking problem. Stop with this bullshit. Communism will only end up in disaster, right? But how do I get my mind to think beyond just my worldview? It's a very tough thing. And a lot of people think they don't, and I'm struggling with this. At least I struggle with this when interacting with other people. But when I'm in a calm environment with people who understand me, I am told that I understand things at a greater perspective that is not normal, putting myself in other people's shoes. But again, I have personal issues with my id and other things that I am working on over the years. So let's take this more existential approach to the post. Now that you have an understanding of ego death, let's take a more existential post. Martial arts ego, the student, the instructor, and the journey. Martial arts and ego, the student, the instructor, and the journey. As this series has been on martial arts and ego, perhaps it's time to define ego as per the dictionary. Ego, noun, 1. A person's sense of self-esteem or self-importance. Quote, a boost to my ego. Quote. Similar definitions. Psychoanalysts. Ego, the part of the mind that mediates between the conscious and the unconscious and is responsible for reality testing and a sense of personal identity. Philosophy. Ego. In metaphysics, a conscious thinking subject. In layman's terms, it basically means how we see ourselves, how we think of ourselves, and how we value our self-worth relative to the world. Ego can help or hinder you. A healthy ego can give you confidence, which will allow you to accomplish the tasks that you wish to do without the inner dialogue. That is often negative, to hold you back. If people perceive you as confident, then they may be more willing to help or follow you. On the other hand, an unhealthy ego may also help you achieve your goals, but will also hinder you socially, as those around you may simply consider you arrogant and unworthy of listening to or following. One thing that seems to be consistent with regards to ego, healthy or unhealthy, is that you must build a healthy view of yourself that is positive while trying to your best not to push your ego onto others. There is a reason people like modesty or other comparable personality traits. Because if your ego is too much, for one reason or another, especially if someone has a negative view of themselves, they will perceive this as an attack on their ego. In short, people are hard, yet we are innately social creatures that need to be around others. Yes, it's very complicated. So, with that definition somewhat loosely established in a super overtly simplistic context, let's talk about how this relates to martial arts. The instructor. Being a martial arts instructor is a challenging job. Depending on how you approach the activity, it can be very rewarding or a long struggle, a hobby or an enjoyable lifestyle. I would say that if 4 out of 5 businesses fail, 4.99 out of 5 martial arts or fitness businesses fail. It is naturally a hard business to get into when you start to think, I want to take my hobby into a lifestyle that can make a living. It should be no surprise, however, that most martial artists who do it more seriously actually don't make very much money. For those who do make money, it's usually due to a difficult journey, both physically and mentally, that simply through consistency and hard work eventually paid off. It is this fact that until you reach business stability, it is quite common for the grind to affect the ego of the instructor, as their self-worth is tied into their hobby and now livelihood. After all, marrying a martial arts artist is often frowned upon, as they are no doctor, lawyer, or something traditionally more prestigious. During this period of stabilization, it is often quite common for the instructor's ego to feel unappreciated, as students, at least in modern times, make all sorts of demands on the instructor, some reasonable and some not. Often the demand is to progress them faster or make things easier or do things differently. For a martial arts instructor, this can be quite tough on the ego. A question is often asked, do I do what they want to keep business alive, or maintain my integrity and stick to my guns with the proper way to do things? The latter can be quite difficult, as it often means less business and ultimately a view of yourself and your position in life that may include lessening self-worth. It is assumed that all martial artists, through discipline and spiritual grounded mind, body, and soul, have a good, strong ego that is not too much or too little. So they, of course, are expected to have positive self-worth at all times. This is simply false, because like all persons, the martial arts instructor is human, with an ego. For those who do well, their self-worth and ego are boosted, and they see themselves as valuable members of society, contributing to the physical and mental growth of others, which includes the shaping of healthy egos in their students, either from making students realize they aren't as good as they thought, bringing their egos down to a more reality-based plane, or by helping them build their ego through confidence by achieving goals and making progress as they rise through their ranks. A martial arts instructor with an overinflated ego and self-worth, with a little charisma, can very quickly become a cult leader, teaching nothing more than Bushido for the sake of boosting their ego. Beware the McDojo. A martial arts instructor with an underinflated ego, aka low self-worth, no matter how good their skills are, may have a difficult time inspiring others to develop themselves to stick to the difficult path that is the martial artist. The instructor must remember to manage their ego while also managing the skills and development of others, and remind themselves it isn't always about them, but developing others. The method in which this will be achieved varies, and there are many paths, but some paths will attract fewer students and others will attract more. The important thing for the instructor, though, is to always keep in mind why they are doing it, and what about it makes them happy. Some instructors may be totally happy with a modest living, so long as they can practice and teach their arts. Others may only be happy with thousands of students and will achieve this at all costs. The balance is a tricky one. What is too much ego, or the right place balance of ego? Confidence and self-worth really depends on the person. But the martial arts instructor who fails to understand that ego is part of not only being human, but is ingrained in the martial arts for practical philosophical and historical reasons, may find themselves in the worst of all worlds. For how is any student to learn properly if the instructor loses the most important battle of all, the internal one, which isn't with the opponent, but the ego and the internal dialogue? The student. The student wants to learn martial arts for ego, self-worth, and more. Just like the instructor, they too have an eye on being something more, something better. Though for them, the journey with the ego is different. Some come in thinking they are tougher than they are, others not as tough as they are. In both cases, there is often an underestimation of the time it will take to achieve their goals. When this is realized, it is often the first ego beating that a student has. Fear, doubt, or just life gets in the way, and although they may tell themselves they will train, they do not follow through with the original plan of becoming the ultimate warrior. These students lose the battle with the ego with questions like, what if I can't do this? What if I'm not good enough? What if I can't train enough? Before they even really start to try, their ego and confidence say it's easier to quit now than to keep going, because it will, of course, be easier than the path to the goal they had originally had. Another battle with ego students sometimes experience is with the school itself, the instructors, and their training partner. Though martial arts is ultimately a solo activity rather than a team activity, it can often make students forget that there are other peoples to consider: the instructor, the school, and the other students. The student makes it about themselves and only about themselves. They care nothing for the struggles of the instructor or the school, or how they may help benefit their fellow students. It is a battle between the ego demand for the primacy of self and the social demand for others. It can be far too easy for the ego to take over and make the journey only about the self. This will ultimately lead to less desirable results, as the instructor may simply gloss over the difficult students, or other students may not want to train with them. The ego must not win this battle if the student expects to have the best journey to the best version of themselves to achieve their martial arts goal. The ego will say this is an individual journey, but without the instructor, the schools, or the fellow students, your progress will simply be hindered, and it is a battle that must constantly be fought, remembered, and managed. Of course, there is the student that is a physical specimen, and let their ego run wild, for they are the destroyer of worlds. This is, of course, what the ego says. No one challenges you, and you are the best. While it may be true in your world, your gym, you simply may be a big fish in a small pond. The student also fails to realize, through the blindness of ego, that being the best physically is not the main goal in martial arts, just part of it. In Krav, at least, it's to walk in peace. Running around with an overinflated ego will only ever cause conflict, both internally and externally. If the student lets his ego win, eventually he won't just fail, but the internal story that the ego has weaved will come crumbling down, and the once high view of self-importance will collapse into the pit of questions. Who am I without physical prowess? Some rebuild and some do not. Is an ego trip easily avoided by developing other areas that one can gain by training martial arts? The opposite student to this is the one with no developed ego at all and almost no self-worth. Perhaps there are no physical skills present. Often these students rely far too much on the opinions of their instructors or others, and not enough confidence comes from within. Accepting their starting point and the difficult journey ahead is often far too difficult a challenge to face, and will only be another metaphorical blow to their already poor self-worth. A student like this must realize the importance of developing their ego and realizing that much of the martial arts journey is actually solo. If you quit too early, you will never grow, but that is of course easier. If they put their ego aside and simply do rather than resist, they will find positive growth, not only in the ego and self-worth, but in other physical-oriented aspects that is martial arts. Final thoughts on ego. There are, of course, many other ego traps or challenges that students or instructors may face. The only way to find out which ego battles you might be struggling with is to start your martial arts journey and never stop, even if it only means casual training. A battle never stopped is a battle never won or lost, but rather a journey, which is how you probably should view the hardest battle of all. A journey with ups and downs and loop-de-loops, but one that only ever should have progress and nothing more. This battle is not with your instructor, your students, or the world around you, but rather the battle within, the one with your ego, the one with yourself, the one that matters most. Written by Jonathan Fader. For training online, visit www.utkmu.com. If you're in the Metro Vancouver area, come learn with us in person. Sign up at www.urbantacticskm.com. Okay, I hope that was a good listen for you. more existential than the other ones. Now we're getting into the depths of the human condition, if you will. Now we've set up the groundwork for what is ego, how culture and ego affects behavior. They're intertwined. And now we're starting to look a little deeper. Self-actualization, right? The instructor often only sees the view of them, what they're teaching. There's one instructor, many students. The student often only sees their journey, and both need to understand that their perspective is both important, but so is the other perspective. A lot of people come in as a student with an idea from cultural cues of what they're going to be learning, and when they don't learn that the way they thought they would, they don't like it and don't come back because their mind is closed. They don't want their internal views, self-established views, challenged, because that would hurt. The rebuilding of ego death is painful and unpleasant sometimes. And the instructor needs to know it's not all about them. And it can seem like it is, but it's not, right? It depends how you approach it. There's many ways to approach teaching while making it both about the proper way to do it and not just about yourself as an instructor. And there's many ways to be a student without making it just about yourself, but considering the others in your class and the instructor. I've been accused of both problems. I've seen both problems, and it is complicated because dealing with people is complicated. So how do we deal with this ego death thing? And by the way, if I was shitting on leftists before, I'm going to shit on my conservative friends who made it this far when I get into this stuff. So, and I'm not going to go too much longer, so yay, because I'm not reading as in-depth things, but I'm going to read some stuff that I found. Okay, so this is from WikiHow. How to dissolve the ego, according to Eckhart Tolle's teaching. Personally, I've never read Eckhart Tolle, but he's, a well-known individual in the literature sense, academic, philosophical. So, author info does not say, link in bio, I'll put the link, last updated May 21st, 2021. So if it's been updated after that, you can see it. So you, in essence, are formless consciousness, stillness or presence. Ego, in the context, is the false self of current state of consciousness. Conscientiousness of humanity that doesn't let the presence, universal intelligence, shine through. In other words, it is an entity made up of mental conditioning, thoughts and emotions that sees and acts on the world. Ego was a necessary stage in the evolution of consciousness, but to take the next step towards conscious evolution, come on, energy beings, that's me, and ensure our survival, we must recognize and dissolve the ego. Because we can't keep killing each other, otherwise the human species doesn't progress. That's me there. Continuing. Considering the current times, there's a sense of urgency as growing unconsciousness, or ego, is threatening our survival. Other species and even nature, it's for those who already have an inner readiness to them. That is to say, those whom inner shift thoughts to consciousness to inner space has already begun. Pause. This sounds kind of woo-wee, but we'll see where we're going. There's merit to it, though, so don't throw it out completely. Continuing. Not everyone is ready to, but many are. Don't just read with your mind. Pay attention to anyone. Deeper feeling responses as you read. It's because feeling will get you closer to the truth than thinking. Is it? Pause. I'm just going to say, if there is an overemphasis on feeling and not enough on intellectualization in some of these circles, again, it's about balance. You don't like the intellectual ideas, you want to do with the feelings, not recognizing that the feelings are to intellectual knowledge of your body. It's all connected. Anyways, back to it. 1, recognizing the ego. So if you don't know you have an ego, as far as a destructive, unhealthy ego or unhealthy sense self, it can be problematic. 1, recognize that ego is the context is identified with mind and form. That's why they say, I think, therefore you are. Therefore you are. There is some merit to that, but people sometimes take it too literally. Anyways, continuing. When you say things like, I am a security guard, I am a technologist, I am a CEO, I am a homeless, I am a parent, I am a writer, I was betrayed, I am sufferer of some disease, etc., this becomes part of your identity, that the mind, mental conditioning, which means thinking or taking the role or label of the story, which were no more a bunch of thoughts attached, a primordial, and its other thoughts or form are you. In more direct words, you become your thoughts, reactions, and emotions. That is, mind identification means, in this context, There's more to it, but I'll stop there. I want to say it's very confusing. Remember I said a story about my personal experience. I started using I because I was told don't attack other people. It's difficult. You have to be careful because you can identify yourself, say I am this. There's no problem with that, but when your identity becomes something you don't like, that's the problem. So when they say you are what you say you are, is what you're saying becoming your identity? If you like that identity, that's why people have positive affirmations. They're trying to become something else, then that's great. But the reality is it's a bit more nuanced to that. I am strong, right? I am beautiful. So that if you have any doubt in your mind, guilt or shame, that you can try to overcome it with positive affirmations. It can work for some. It doesn't work for me. It doesn't work for me. Don't mistake someone acknowledging what they are with them telling a false story about themselves. There is a difference because we are what the stories we tell ourselves about ourselves. This seems to be a theme in if you keep telling yourself you're something or are something and it's a negative thing, then it will continue to tell that story. And if you don't like that, you do have to change your internal dialogue, right? But if you know you are something, I am, confidently, this is what I am, it's not a bad thing. And there's been like a pushback about saying, I am this. Well, don't say that because you are who you say you are. Well, is it a good thing or is it a bad thing? There's a balance to it. If you have negative self-context, negative unhealthy ego, negative self-ego about yourself, it will hinder your progression. So anyways, 2, recognize form identification. Identify with things and conditions like body, disease, title, money, assets, religion, gender, skin color, race, age, nationality. It's all part of form identification, which are ultimately thought in your head, contributing to the illusionary self-image of who you think you are. Pause. Remember, culture is arbitrary in many ways. Necessary and objective sometimes, but arbitrary other, right? So some of these identities are inherent, right? I am a white male. I can't change that. That is what it is. I should not feel negative about that at all. It's not something immutable characteristics. I can't change that. Why would I feel bad about being a white male? I didn't do anything bad for being a white male. I am a white male. I have zero guilt about that. But if you say I'm a white male, I'm guilty, which a lot of people are right now, see how that'll create an ego, an unhealthy ego with anxiety and guilt, and you will try to behave in a way to compensate for that fact even though you shouldn't. That's what they mean by the stories we tell ourselves based on the culture. What these people are trying to do is they're trying to fit in. They're creating a new culture of these. They're getting feedback. If I behave like this, I'll be liked, right? So these factors matter, but they don't matter. But you have to decide what you are, recognizing your identity. So continuing, ego continuously needs to feed and identify with forms to survive, key, biologically driven, and strengthen its false sense of self. Since all things and conditions are subjected to the law of impermanence, meaning we may die. We will die, probably. That is to say, fleeting, so ego lives in a constant state of fear. You are controlled by your fear of death if you accept it through ego dissolution, and accept it as reality, by the way. It's a lot easier. Anxiety, anxiously looking for the next thing to identify with. Part of the reason why thinking becomes compulsive and fear and desire are primary motivation forces. They're suggesting you read something called Know Your True Self. I have no context about if it's good or bad. Anyways, here's a few questions to ask yourself. What if you lost your looks and health due to aging or illness in an accident? That's actually a fair point. If your whole identity is to do with your looks and you lose it, often people struggle emotionally, right? Continuing, would you feel complete if you lost your status, job, relationship, money, right? People identify their identity, their ego, their self-worth to their job, to their status, to a relationship, right? This is where things go sideways and toxic. Continuing, sooner or later, you'll have to relinquish these things and conditions anyway, as with death approaching, all forms, relationship concepts, and conditions that you have identified with will become irrelevant and illusionary. As death is stripping away who you are not. Is this not a fact? Pause. It's one issue with the left-wing ideology now is they're making nothing objective anymore. If nothing is objective, then everything is arbitrary and made up. And therefore you can do what you want and society will actually collapse. There are objective truths. There are also subjective truths. There are both. Our biomechanical evolutionary mechanisms seem to need both. And one group versus the other will often throw one or the other out based on what they feel is most likely to survive. But the reality, it's a balance. Continuing, this does not mean to not enjoy and honor the things, relationships, and passing pleasures of the world. In fact, when you truly realize their impermanent and passing nature, you honor and enjoy them more. It is because fear of loss or attachment to forms, relationship, memories, and experience dissolve. Their transient nature is allowed to be. Suffering arises when you seek yourself a long-lasting fulfillment in the fleeting world. Relationships, pleasure, experiences, and things which they can't give. If you didn't realize this, you will be condemned to chase after experiences, sensory impulses, pleasures, relationships, and things of the world, one after another, seeking lasting fulfillment, a sense of self which they can't provide. Pause, that's the id chasing animalistic, compulsive needs, instead of being a smart, intellectual human to override that to be the best version of yourself in a balanced, healthy ego way. Continuing, ask yourself, if I lost the things or assets, relationships, conditions in my life, would I feel complete? If I lost the ability to do martial arts, Krav Maga, would I feel complete? For someone like myself, I could, because I have multiple endeavors, some intellectual and some not. I'd probably just write more. I love martial arts. It's become part of who I am, but is my entire identity tied to that? No, it is not. Continuing, what would I be without them? I know. Do you? Continuing, feel the answer within your intelligent body rather than asking the mind. Ask mind, false God may say something like, of course you will be diminished. But will you? Anyways, a bit more there, but I'll leave it. 3, realize deeply that fundamentally it's all in your mind. Pause, me adding in, there is still objective truth. Do not think that just because reality may be perceptual and it's all, quote, in your mind, as a lot of people are pushing nowadays, doesn't mean there isn't objective truth. Continuing, whether it desires fear, jealousy, happiness, sadness, stuff you have, your achievement, looks, relationship, longing, depression, your job, possessions, nationality, or other identifications, they are all ultimately thoughts that are attached to the primordial I, or the ego, in a Freudian sense. And its other forms, like your car becomes a thought in your head that you get attached to primordial concepts, I thought, and its forms that say, I have a car, or my beat-up car. Pause. If you are tied to things rather than ideas, and you tied to things that are destructive for your life, it can hold you back. I'm guilty of that in a few areas of my life, and I've learned to let things go, right? To do with loss and failure. It's all connected. Anyways, continuing. Skipping over a bit, ego is identification with form. Be formless, shapeless, like water. If you go the cup, you are the cup. Anyways, that's Bruce Lee. But this quote is, ego is identification with form, primarily thoughts form. Eckhart Tolle. So it may seem like fear, desire, longing, frustration, anger, and so on are caused by the external circumstances and people, but are actually mind-created. Example. You see a desirable thing or person, and desire or frustration arise, which are conditioned responses. Be very alert to recognize that desire or frustrations that are not out there, but are created in the mind that seeks forms. I'm going to skip over some stuff. So a lot of what they're saying now in this WikiHow is CBT. It's about cognitively using the superego, using the intellect, the human intellect, to recognize in real time in your consciousness what you're doing and think about it in real time so that you can change the way you're thinking. CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy. So if you have negative self-thoughts, subconscious thought, you've let that aspect of your ego override. Your ego's failing to create a healthy balance between your id and superego. That's kind of what this thing is getting at. You have to have that conscious dialogue, right? 5, see that mind is imposter that pretends to be you. What that means, like, who do you want to be? Who are you happiest? Don't be a dickhead, but are your behaviors tied in to your culture, your ego identity tied into your culture? A lot of people have this problem. They're behaving in a certain way because their culture says that's the proper way, but you grow up in a place like Vancouver where you can be a little bit more who you want to be, and they have identity crises because they've tied their identity and their sense of self-worth and sense of self to their culture, yet they don't need to be that if they don't want to, and it causes havoc on people often. Do they reject the old society and their parents' ways, or do they to become truly themselves, or they accept somewhere in the between? It's a hard journey. Continuing, the mind is a woeful tool, but the problem comes when you seek it in yourself. Then it becomes egoic mind and takes over your whole life. That's when your sense of self derived from ever-changing content and conditions of your mind, which is based on past identification with forms. This does not mean that all the thoughts are painful or unproductive. However, we are primarily pointing in a certain repetitive, persistent negative thoughts, reactions, and emotions, the form of core of ego, which consists of about 80 to 90% of your emotional activity. Crazy, right? So some thoughts, which includes these words becoming thoughts in your head, right? That's why that people push you think what you are, but there's, again, it's more than that. I hate that rudimentary approach to it. Here you go. You are the truth, the timeless, perfect, formless awareness that is aware of the incessant voice of your head. Now, it goes on like that. I want to talk about, if you've heard about, that is your truth, and you're denying the other person by saying, that's your truth, I don't care, what about my truth? Guess what? You have an unhealthy ego. You are not putting yourself in other people's shoes. You are ignoring their quote truth for your truth, and you, my friend, need some work. And you're seeing that a lot in the public discourse. You need more education. You need more ego death. You need more understanding of their perspective just as much as yours. 6. I'm skipping over stuff because, to be honest, I'm getting tired. 6. Realizing this world is like a playground. Be careful with this one. This is me saying be careful. Let's see what they say. Like a sport person has their gear, tactics, strategies, practices for a match or game event, in the same way, you have your body, things, mind, knowledge as your gear to play in this playground. This world, realize that it's just a gear and not just you. Yes, this gear, mind, body, skills, and knowledge has its place in practice, but that does not mean you need to identify or get lost. You, in essence, are formless, shapeless like water, consciousness, and you share the essence that you be. So I would say you're not entirely formless, in my opinion here. And I would say it's based on some research. Again, Sam Harris would say you're not formless because of the biological chemistry that you are constrained by, which I would say is ruled by the universal algorithms that connect everything. Right? So what I would say is a healthy way to approach this is don't be screwed by the behaviors of your culture. Play, explore, learn, grow to be the best version of you that you can be. However, don't be a piece of shit. It doesn't mean you get to run around smashing shit, insulting other people, disrupting everything, telling everyone else they're garbage, unless there's literal merit to something they just did to you. By all means. It doesn't mean you get to run roughshod of everyone, right? I just realized that was method 1. Right, recognizing the ego, and then some steps to it. Okay, as is always, this is longer than I thought, but that's a good place to start. I'll put the link for this article. That was option, method 1, recognize the ego, and I like that because you need to. Who are you? What am I? The question of existentialism and man. So I'll just read the main headings. Method 2, recognizing the impersonal nature of the mind. Method 3, watch the mind, and it's got many steps. I think they're all pretty much connected, though. 4, disidentify and transmuting the pain in body. Okay, I like this one. So I'm going to read through this one because this is actually quite important. This is where somatic psychology will identify. Are you behaving a certain way because of chronic pain? There is a serious mind-body connection. This is where a lot of overly intellectual academics will dismiss the spiritual, quote, woo-woo people. These are groups of people or Ayurvedic medicine that have connected mind-body. How you eat affects your physiology. And they often shoot that down because it's woo-woo. So body and mind are interconnected. The science backs this up if you're being objective about the science and data. So I'm going to read through this method 4. Because I think it's important. Okay, 1. Recognize what the term pain body points to. Have you ever noticed a heaviness in your body which gets triggered by some event or thought and condition and situation or person that is peculiar to and painful to you? A dark, heavy cloud or parasitic entity in your chest, head, stomach, constituting in similar frequency negative emotions that take over and attracts negative situations to your life, depletes you of energy, or inflicts mental, emotional suffering on yourself and others. makes you think extremely negative, and may even make you attack others physically and verbally or become their victim. That's pain body. Pain body, I don't like this terminology, but okay. Pain body is one of the most powerful things that the ego can identify with. So it has great power to make you do or say things which you usually would not say or do. When you are relatively more conscious, for example, normal people committing heinous crimes during a road rage. Pause. We'll see where this is. This might not be what I thought it was, but let's see. Continuing. Emotions are a reflection of mind and body. So when the pain body gets activated, it makes you thinking extremely negative thoughts, negative emotions, and then feeds on negative thoughts. As positive thoughts are digestible to it, the loop continues until pain body has fed, and then it becomes dormant. Although some people may have a pain body that is active all the time, meaning they're in pain all the time, and it's just creating a feedback loop negatively. And that could be literal physical pain or like an emotional pain, by the way. Recognizing and allowing to be every time you recognize and witness this unholy alliance between ego and pain body. I like that. Unholy alliance. It loses energy and looks for another opportunity to feed when you are less conscious. And as unconscious identifies and resistance feeds the pain body, so it is effective practice to catch and witness the pain body before it takes over. Since there's no way out of pain, anxiety, fear, or sorrow, or whatever it is, the only way through, so you take attention deeper until you feel the pain, etc. It's long. Now, it's not what I thought it was, but I want to make sense. There's an area called somatic psychology where they're realizing that the physical nature of the body can store pain in ways. I've personally seen this in people in my life. So it's a thing. Let's say you have a trauma, and then you're unhealthy, and then you start having pain, and then you're negative and you're grumpy because you're in pain all the time, but you don't realize that, and then that becomes your identity, and you think that's who you really are, but it's not. But it's just a trigger response to the pain, right? This idea that everyone's in pain all the time is a bunch of crap. Some people are, some people aren't. It's a spectrum. I will agree with the left on that. Some things are a spectrum, and trying to one size fit all does not work. We just don't have the time and resources. So if you have physical or chronic pain, really start to identify how much that affects your personality, your ego, who you are represented in the world. And if you have emotional traumatic pain, same thing. It can affect your body in the same way. Method 5, offering no resistance. I won't read through that in depth, but because that's a whole spiritual lesson on its own, to which I am not expertly versed to discuss. I'll just give it does have some headings here, so I'll go through it. Accept what it is. Very important. Acceptance. Make present moment your best friend. Forgive. Surrender. Etc. It's like the 12-step program. A lot of spiritual programs are on that. Accept things for what they are is a hard one for people. People are always trying, particularly in culture, to make shit up. You don't like it? Too bad. It is what it is. Now deal with it and find a meaningful solution. The present moment is your friend. It's good because if you can control your ego in a way that's healthy, you're not being driven by your inner anxiety of this superego, etc., so that you can be in the moment. You're not stuck in the past or the future, right? Depression is stuck in the past, anxiety is stuck in the future, as a way to put it. Who are you? What am I? Can I be happy? Forgiveness. So this one's like interesting for me. I hear it spoken about a lot, but because I don't really have guilt in that sense, for reasons I have yet to explain, I don't need to forgive myself for anything. I don't really care. But if you're one of those people who's anxious and feels bad when you make mistakes, then that's very important, right? If you're malicious, that's different. But if you're not, then it's there. Surrendering is very, again, an area where I am not an expertise. You let go, though. Don't let your predisposed ideas about yourself keep you controlling yourself. Method 6, be present. Okay, Sam Harris, actually, even though I don't like a lot of his things, some of his stuff is good, like his mindfulness app. Teach you how to be present in the moment through various stuff. Move deeply into the now. Realize that you are conscious, etc. Method 7, engaging in practices to dissolve the ego. Listen. Again, I'm not reading this whole thing because I'm already going so long. I'll put the links, though, if you want to read it. Listen. Be extremely alert to being unobserved mind patterns in light. Use memories to learn and become more aware. Allow. Watch egoactic reactions, which we discussed previously. Watch physical reactions. Free yourself from all concepts. That's a tough one. How existential of them. 8, meditate, etc. Right? So there you have some tools. These are very CBT-oriented tools, I would say, in many ways. How to do with that, if that helps. Now here's the thing. If you had a bad childhood, and if you had no mentors, and if you struggle with one variation of the Freudian ego, id, superego, etc., problems where you don't find a healthy ego and a good sense of self. One method is essentially what I was just saying was the CBT, the long restructuring development of who you are. What is your sense of self? What is a healthy version of you, whether through martial arts or otherwise, to be better? That is a long and arduous and difficult, very painful journey for many. Some it's easier than others. If you're wealthy, you have the luxury of meditative retreats and all that stuff. But here's the thing. A lot of people, ain't nobody got time for that. In an ideal world, everyone could sit there and do that. But you're sitting here saying, I'm struggling. This shit's not working. I don't like therapists, which is fine. A lot of them are hacky bullshit shitheads. And I agree. Which, as I've said, if you get one. You got to go around. The good ones often cost more than you can afford. So how do I dissolve my ego? If I have an unhealthy sense of self, and martial arts hasn't helped me, meditation hasn't helped me, other stuff, you may have what's called treatment resistant. Now, again, here's where I said I'm going to shit on my friends. And now I'm going to put in a caveat. I'm going to talk about drugs and have an open mind. But if you're a conservative and you take the stance that drugs are bad, get your head out of your ass. Your culture that you grew up as telling you a lie about something, and your ego, your sense of self, and belief about these things are just objectively wrong. Now, here's the thing. Children and teenagers should not do drugs or take alcohol. In fact, even avoid prescription stuff as much as reasonably possible. So if you're a dickhead parent who just gave your child anxiety medication, you're lazy and you probably fucked up your child more. Sorry. The research is starting to come in that kids should not be taking medication as much as unless they, like, again, if they have a genetic disorder or a physical ailment that requires medication for quality of life, yes. If they need it for a specific thing, yes. But don't jump to giving medication or drugs to your children. Now, unregulated drugs, like cannabis in a lot of places, or cocaine, or all these things, some of them have uses, some of them do not. Bottom line, children and teens should not be taking it. Proper development of kids and teenagers is that they should have proper guidance, a healthy environment to be better. And if, as an adult, let's say 25, approximately when your brain stops developing, you need the help of other things because your upbringing didn't do the job, then that's where you start to say, listen, I don't got time for that CBD stuff. I have to work. I have to do this. And I need an ego death. I need to fix my identity. I need to fix who I am because I'm miserable. Then we have the option of drugs nowadays. By that I mean non-prescription drugs, though they're likely to be prescription in the future. So to my conservative friends who say drugs are bad, don't take drugs because you're a police officer and have seen the negative side of drugs, you have a limited perspective and you are not looking at this objectively. I'm sorry. Okay, there's the caveat. So what am I talking about? In particular, there's modern research about psychedelic drugs. In particular, psilocybin and MDMA as means to help you with ego death because you don't have time for that meditative retreat on the mountain like some wealthy people do. Now, again, don't just take drugs willy-nilly. Do your research. There's a lot of it out there now. Make sure you're taking the correct doses. And hopefully these will be legalized in Canada and the U.S. and other places for, it'll always naturally be medically supervised, blah, 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 blah. But if you know what you're doing, you don't necessarily doing. Again, seek professional consultation. Don't listen to me. Don't take anything without seeking consultation from a doctor. You can find doctors nowadays who actually understand this stuff. Don't just go to your regular GP, because most of them don't have a goddamn clue about this stuff. So I'm just going to read a bunch of stuff. How to have ego death. Psychedelicspotlight.com/ego death. So let me just read it. Taking psychedelics? There's an app for that. Hilarious. These companies are leading the way with trip guidelines. Because the idea, if you're a conservative saying never do this is delusional. People are going to do it, but you have to do it safely if you are going to do it. If you're really struggling with everything, again, if you're struggling, you want to be the optimal version of you. You need an ego death to get over stuff. There are ways to do it. Do your research. And I'm not telling you just to go take drugs. I'm telling you to do your research and see if it's the right fit for you, because nothing else is working. So back to this. DMT, LSD, psilocybin, and other psychedelics are paving the way for the future of psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy, has demonstrated groundbreaking results in the fight against treatment-resistant depression, addiction, and cancer-related distresses, to name a few. Boom. You hear that? And the research is very much saying. Pharmaceutical, just so you know, pharmaceutical companies and cultural ego-based ideas have been preventing this from coming out into the open for many, many, many years. It's one of the many things I did not like about the Nixon thing. There's some other stuff, but that is a big one. They convinced the culture to come out against drugs. Anyways, continuing. But why are these substances so effective at treating mental health disorders? To find out the answer, researchers have sought to look inward and ask psychedelic experiences translate into therapeutic outcomes. What has captured the attention of many scientists in recent years is the ineffable experience of ego death. What is ego death? Ego death is the hallmark of psychedelic experience when you venture into large enough doses. What often happens during a heavy psychedelic trip is the blurring of boundaries between the sense of self and external world, hence why some prefer the somewhat lighter term ego dissolution. The subject, I, that has endured through most of the individual lifetime may disappear at the peak of one's trip. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of interconnection replaces the egocentric lens with which most of us view the world. Joy, unity, and depersonalization temporarily replace the self-centered worldview. Pause. That's a maybe. There's some dangers to this. Continuing. While ego death is not an all-or-nothing experience, the sense of interconnectedness and the loss of self remains commonplace. One patient from a study on psilocybin for end-of-life anxiety talked about this feeling of interconnectedness as a transformational experience. Quote, "It was like being inside of nature, and I could have just stayed there forever. It was wonderful. All kinds of things were coming too, like feeling of being connected to everything. I mean everything in nature, everything. Even like pebbles, drops of water in the sea. It was magical," the subject wrote. Quote, "It was wonderful, and it wasn't like talking about it, which means it makes it an idea. It was like an experiential. It was like being inside a drop of water, being inside of a butterfly's wing, and being inside of a cheetah's eye." End quote. Pause. Now, if you've never done any kind of drugs, you'll sound like that is nuts. And it is very difficult to put into words. But I often tell people who's had drink, can you imagine explaining to someone who's never had a drop of alcohol the concept of what it's like to being drunk? It's a similar thing, but more profound. Continuing on. Death as a therapy. There are a number of these beautiful trip reports on Arrowwide, a database of experiences on psychedelics and other illicit substances, which outline the ironically highly personal feelings to these kinds of experiences. But researchers have also sought to quantitate these disruptions to the sense of self. Psychologists and neuroscientists are now looking at intense individual experiences of ego death was during psychedelic sessions. Just so you know, there's light doses and what's called heroic doses. Some drugs you can take large amounts without worrying too much about any medical issues after the fact, such as psilocybin, but a heroic dose you lose sense of reality almost, and it can be quite terrifying. While other drugs, say like MDMA or LSD, you can actually take too much and it can do damage. So you have to know, that's where the health consult experts on this. and then it does permanent lasting. I've met people who've before and after took large amounts of LSD, and they are different people fundamentally. Anyways, continuing. In a recent study, Lior Rossman and his colleagues at Imperial College London investigated ego death and how to overlap it with therapeutic outcomes. Their study included 20 patients, which is not a lot. They need to do more. Patients with treatment-resistant depression that subjects to illness were all classed as treatment-resistant, unresponsive to a plethora of medication and psychotherapies from a study of subjects' recent psilocybin in 2 dosing sessions. They found psilocybin had an unprecedented impact on the patient's illness, bringing an overwhelming sense of relief and joy to many of them, some of them which had not felt in decades. Oceanic boundlessness. On top of this, the researchers also asked the patients to complete a questionnaire that assessed the magnitude of oceanic boundlessness during their psilocybin experience. Lost my place. Oceanic experience. People often experience oceanic boundlessness during ego death. Many have described it as feeling of oneness and unity. Pause. Again, the more you take, let's say, the more you lose touch with your self-identifying ego. Let's say it's like a GPS. You have that dot on that GPS, and that's your ego, sense of self. You know exactly where you are in both physical and mental relation, and it just disappears into a cloud of mist, and now you're all over that map. Continuing, the research found that there was a significant association between the experience of feeling and unity and oneness and the reduction of depressive symptoms. That is, patients that had intense experience relating to oceanic boundless showed greater reduction in depressive symptoms. Simply, researchers have also used the ego dissolution inventory to probe intensity of ego death. Using this ego dissolution inventory, researchers found that higher the score on the questionnaire and thus more intense the experience of ego death, the larger the increase in well-being as a result of psychedelic use. If you want to rechange how you're thinking, a heroic dose might do it, but again, it's fucking terrifying. So if you're going to do it, do your research. Of course, they're still illegal, so just be aware. It's breaking the law in a lot of places. Do it with someone who knows and is safe to do it with, because if you do it by yourself, it can be dangerous if you lose sense of self. So be aware, but the aftermath might be worth it. Ego, continuing. Ego, the root of suffering. The phrase ego death doesn't sound like it should be so necessarily for psychedelic therapy to take effect, but we may also consider this from the perspective of being reborn as a result. Some researchers believe that this profound yet temporary shift in perspective is one of an underlying reason why ego death may be so effective in treating a variety of mental afflictions. The ability to feel this one concentrates sense of self dissolved into noting can equip individuals with the notion that they have the capacity to change. One participant in a study of psilocybin-assisted psychotherapy for tobacco addiction testified to this idea. Quote, "It felt like I died as a smoker and was resurrected as a non-smoker, because it's my perception of myself and that how I felt. So I jumped up and I said, I am not a smoker. It is all done." End quote. From personal communications with individuals that I know, smoker doesn't need to smoke anymore for the same reason. It helped them with that. The non-self. It is also interesting to consider that the death of ego has its roots in traditions outside of psychedelic consumption. Most notably, Buddhism emphasizes the notion of the non-self, some word I can't pronounce, as a key insight that relieves you from unnecessary suffering. This idea that you are impermanent and ever-changing being provides room for you to not only develop, but also to relieve your grip on unhealthy concepts about yourself, as there is no longer anything to attach these to. Of course, the focus of ego death is just one part of therapeutic picture, which taps into a wider debate in psychedelic research community. Are these subjective experiences providing the most therapeutic relief for the patients, or are the pharmacological mechanisms of psychedelics underpinning it, or perhaps both? These questions are still being unraveled, but judging by the research, the subjective experience of ego death remains important in helping patients gain much-needed alternative perspective. So what they mean there is the drug itself affecting your biochemistry in a way that alters how you behave, a la sort of a Sam Harris perspective, or is the awareness of what it feels like not to have an ego alter your perception of things? It could be both. I think it's both. Now, just to add on before I extend on it, if you listen to the Tim Ferriss podcast, I strongly recommend. Tim Ferriss is an amazing podcast, amazing listen. He has put a lot of money, millions of dollars into research. As someone, he has struggled with depression. He's a very well-known person globally. He struggled with depression and anxiety, and he realized that the status quo ideology, pushed by conservative ideology, this is why I'm shitting on the conservatives, there's rigidity on both sides, found a lot of people unable to fix their depression, anxiety through traditional pharmacological things, because quite frankly, it's pushed by pharmaceutical companies who don't actually care if they work or not. And quite frankly, they don't work for a lot of people. Right, and you can go to Johns Hopkins University, the Center for Psychedelic and Conscientious Research. Johns Hopkins University is a massive, well-respected research facility for actual health and wellness, right? So there is that. And there is far more to it than that. So you're starting to see a change, a shift in the belief of how we can help with ego and healthy ego and perception and depression and anxiety through psychedelics. From most of the research is currently in psilocybin and MDMA. I'm not talking about as Molly is traditionally the party drug. It's not what's it called? Ecstasy. Ecstasy is usually a compressed pill mixed with stuff. MDMA is a powder, a pure chemical substance. Psilocybin being mushrooms, it's a more natural, and MDMA is a chemical compound specifically made in a lab. Most of the study researches around these two things. MDMA seems to help with PTSD, and psilocybin seems to help with depression, fear of loss, etc. Now, I've alluded to this before that, I've talked about my depression. I don't have depression for the most part. Only time I feel depressed is if extreme immediate consequences around immediate things are happening that make me feel depressed, and I feel like it, but it goes away. My depression did not go away because of pharmaceuticals. I was on SSRIs for 2 years. My depression did not go away because of therapy. I believe myself to having therapeutic resistance. When I say I have, this is not a personal belief. If you have treatment-resistant depression, anxiety with regarding to ego, guess what? It's deep-rooted in the biology. It's deep-rooted. You're not going to change overnight. My cure for depression did not come from pharmaceuticals or traditional medicine. You can guess which one it was that I've been doing for on and off for years that has gotten rid of my depression. Period. This is why when people like Tim Ferriss talk about it, he's angry about traditional medicine. I'm getting more and more angry with traditional medicine, and particularly with the whole COVID thing. There are egos and sense of self of I'm a doctor, I put in the work, and I know best, and refusal to listen to the damn actual data and science is why we are seeing unhappiness everywhere right now. Now that we're in a self-actualizing civilization, seeing unhappiness because the systems are not about optimal. And then as people are finding this out, unfortunately, too many people are going to the extreme left, which is causing people on the right to dig their heels in, and we're not having meaningful things. I am angry at modern medicine because they're not being honest, and they are not doing the best job. For a lot of people, psilocybin might be the option. And for other aspects, MDMA might be another option. Now, the research around LSD is limited, and LSD, my understanding of it is you have to be very careful, because if you take too much, it can really screw up your circuitry. And now, again, do not take drugs if you don't aware of it. Don't take anything that you haven't done your research. You need to know your actual quantities, because doses matter based on weight, height. Again, kids and teenagers, do not do it. It will wreck up your biochemistry for the rest of your life, and you might not be able to recover. That is pretty consistent. So if you don't have the time for CBT and all these woo-woo practices and entire changes of life behaviors, there are options. Okay. So, originally this is a blog post series on just martial arts and ego. But I really, really wanted to delve into ego and depression and anxiety and how we perceive ourselves. And I hope that although this was quite academically dense, and even for me it's hard to read through a lot of that stuff, it can give you some more perspective of how to see yourself in this world. What is your self-view? What is ego? What is it? Culture. What is your culture telling you about who you should be and how you should be? There's merit to some cultures, but there's also bullshit, arbitrary. Your self-worth and self-identity are tied to your ego, between your animalistic instincts, your genetics, the survival mechanism, and the knowledge that you have, your intellectualism, your superego. You need that balance. And sometimes what we believe as cultures to be true is wrong, and sometimes what we believe as individuals to be true is wrong. There is, for sure, objective truth out there. We may, as an individual or society or people, just haven't found it yet. Remember that Krav Maga is about learning to walk in peace. Having a healthy ego, whether it be in martial arts or otherwise, is an extremely important part. You're seeing culture wars right now. You're seeing countries battling it out for survival, for supremacy. It's really a battle of ideas. And as individuals in charge want to maintain survival for them and their offspring, it's a battle of ego and survival biological mechanisms and all sorts of complicated biochemistry and acceptance and behaviors that are cultural behaviors and ego that affect ego. I need to say or do this because I'll get voted in as a politician. And if I say the truth, I'll get not voted in. So I need to play the cultural tones of what's true and what's not true. And then I am confused as a person, and people lose their identity and who they are, and they become miserable. And you see how this is extremely complicated. Remember, Krav Maga is about learning to walk in peace. Life is complicated. The human condition is complicated. I implore you, if you've made it this far, to take sort of the Dune Bene Gesserit mentality of if you want to be human, a true human, you need to overcome your animal instincts and be all in the present, in the conscious mind, and recognize what is a healthy version of yourself and what is not a healthy. Sometimes what other people want you to be is an indication that you're acting in an unhealthy manner, and sometimes the way they want you to be is more about them than you. And you need to learn the difference. You're not always going to be accepted in society. Don't let that hurt your ego. It's fine if you're happy with yourself and those around you. But know that if others don't like you, that you might not get them to do what you want. We are social creatures, driven by our ego. Our perception of our reality around us affects everything. Our cultural norms affect how we behave. Going against the grain, someone like me that goes against what's expected of me culturally is very difficult. It's probably a reason I suffer depression, because the way I process information is not the same as other people, and I have a hard time articulating it to other people. But it makes sense to me, and when I talk with some people, it makes sense to the other, and it's taken me years to figure out how to balance the damage that was done to my ego over the years as my survival mechanisms that I built up to stay strong. And I have to become a stronger version of myself, and I have to constantly adapt and change and rethink my positions. It's a very hard thing to do, right? A lot of even intellectuals who think they can do it, they're not rethinking their positions. I used to be very anti-drug, ironically, growing up, and now look at me talking about psychedelics. You need to have an open mind and ask, do you have a healthy ego? Does my martial arts school have a healthy ego? Am I developing? Am I learning? Am I growing? And am I learning to walk in peace? I hope this episode, though long and dense, helps you understand yourself and the world around you.
You're listening to The Warrior's Day. Brought to you by Urban Tactics Krav Maga, turning lambs into lions.